there before. The North Atlantic Gyre begins with the northward flow of the Gulf Stream along the east coast of the United States. The Gulf Stream is the western boundary current of the gyre. The gyre then becomes the North Atlantic Current, which is what I was more familiar with, which flows across the North Atlantic to Europe. Very interesting. There's even a picture.
Ooh, a picture. You want to put that URL in the chat so I can go check it out?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Open the chat, and there we are.
I was doing climate studies at university. I heard all about this. There's more than one gyre, though. There's gyres in other oceans too.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, that's not a link. Sorry about that. Oh, it's from the National Geographic Education site.
Ooh.
So you know it's got to be good if it's from the National Geographic. They wouldn't lie, right?
I usually go to NOAA.
If they're still funded.
I just got a message from YouTube
Okay.
telling me that we're live.
Let's see
Oh,
what's
we're
happening
live
here.
already? I retract all my previous statements. Why are we live? Shouldn't be live yet. So it's 3 minutes. The opinions expressed are completely my own and do not represent anyone else's.
Yes, Dave is blowing the air out of the pipes. Make sure it's
guess.
nice and fresh when it gets there.
Maybe he's calling us from another airport. We need to play that Carmen Sandiego song. Have you done reading it, Lois? There's going to be a test later. You're muted.
Yes, but do you know where the South Atlantic Gyre is?
In the South Atlantic?
Very good.
uh, From what I recall, if those gyres ever get screwed up, like if the North Pole melts, the ice caps melt, and the salinity of the water changes, like if the ocean gets less salty, it could screw up those gyres, which would have a profound effect on the environment and the ecosystems of the planet. But since we're live streaming, there's probably someone out there who knows way more about this. Will tell me everything I said is wrong.
Well, the sad thing is that because those gyres are circulating, that garbage gets swept up in them, and you end up with a clump of garbage patch. They have pictures.
Hi. Why were we not supposed to be streaming yet? I always go live 5 minutes before.
I don't know. I thought it was our private time to chit chat.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
My mistake.
My bad. My bad. Hi, everybody. Hey, Mike.
Hello, sir.
Thank you for last week.
You are welcome.
Whenever you host, we get Zoom bombed. I think people like you more than me. You are
Well,
Do you think that's liking us that makes people Zoom us?
more people show up and like I don't know.
Huh.
Just saying, I felt a little left out.
did you were there? You were live from the airport.
I was there. I lost connectivity at 3,400 feet. If anyone's curious, that's when Zoom crapped out on me at 3,000.
Josh, make sure you write that down. Add that to your notes.
Let's go around the horn. Oh, hello. Someone's getting a phone call. Hey, Robert, how are you?
Hey, I'm really good. Good to see you, David. I watched you last night live.
I know
for
you
the
did,
first
which means
time.
you shouldn't be up now. That's like you should be asleep now if you were up last night, for goodness sakes.
No, we had a big job the day before, and I slept after when I came back, and then I couldn't sleep at night, so I stayed up and watched you.
Oh, yeah. It was lovely, lovely having you there.
It was a good show. It was nice to see you guys live. It was really good.
It was really rich. We're talking about the rundown. It was a really rich discussion last night. I appreciated it. Yeah. Speaking of last night, hi, Lois.
Hello, everybody. I have some folks coming to work on the house, so if somebody knocks on the door, I'm going to become invisible for a while, but
All
I
right.
will be back.
Be invisible.
Yeah.
And speaking of last night, Mr. Tony Mobley, how are you, sir?
Greetings, everyone. Glad to be here.
Everything good?
We had a great time last night. Everything is good.
Lovely. And I see Frank. Hey, Frank. Nothing. I get nothing from Frank.
He might be frozen.
Oh my goodness. Frank being Frank's never frozen.
It's something to do with the weather. I hear it's
What is-
very cold in Canada.
Oh, is that what it is? He's just cold.
Well, the current forecast is that yes, we're supposed to get many, and I'll convert it for my U.S. friends, inches of snow
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
this evening and over the weekend.
Nice. Josh, do I not know you?
Hi, David. I'm with Zoom Events. How are you?
Josh, it's so nice to have you here.
Yeah, I've dropped in once or twice on Mike's bequest, but nice to see you.
Forgive me for not remembering.
It's all good. Nice to meet you.
Honored that you're here. All right, I have something weird to start with, guys. So, I have Ecamm for Zoom, and I've got Zoom on my computer. Yesterday, I had a meeting at I don't know if this matters, but it was a custom domain link. I copied the custom domain. I put it into my browser. It's a different machine that I copied it from. Whatever. I put the custom domain in my browser. I clicked OK. And then the meeting started, but it didn't start in Zoom. Like my Zoom, it didn't start in my Zoom client. It looked like my Zoom client, but I quit my Zoom client and the meeting didn't go away. It definitely wasn't an Ecamm for Zoom. It was almost like there was a shadow client, like a hidden Zoom client or something that, I don't know. It was really strange. I'd never had, and the meeting went fine. Like it was not a problem. It was just weird.
David, can I just ask you a quick question? You sure you didn't open Zoom in the browser by any chance?
Yeah.
No, it was not running in the browser. It was running in what looked like a regular Zoom meeting.
But browsers look like a Zoom meeting. I mean, they are a Zoom meeting. You can join a Zoom meeting from a browser.
But you don't get the client look, do you?
It's pretty close.
Hold on. I've never actually joined from a browser. I'm gonna do that right now. So Zoom?
You're
No,
going to come in a second time, right? You're not going to kill this?
I gotta come in a fifth time because I'm already in here 4 times. So
Yeah, he is in there 4 times. Yeah.
All right, well, I won't do it now, but maybe I was. I've never joined from the browser before, and I don't know why it would have. Maybe I clicked join from browser instead of join from app. I don't know. It was really weird, but that must have been what happened.
So David, let's go through this again. Ecamm was running.
Yeah, but I didn't open it in Ecamm.
You didn't open an Ecamm.
No,
So you
no,
did not make a Zoom connection at all via Ecamm.
No.
All right. And you did open a Zoom client on that PC as well, or no?
Yes, my Zoom client was open, and what I usually do is I click on the URL, and then it usually opens in a browser, and then it says, "Hey, do you want to go to the app?" And then it goes to the app. For some reason, this time it didn't go to the app, and so I thought I was in. I must have been in the browser. I just
It must have.
it looked
Depending on the
like
host.
my experience.
And again, Ray's here and Josh is here, so they can help me on this one. But I think it depends on the host. Can you actually force people just to browser? I don't know that answer. So before
No.
I answer, no, says Josh. Okay, and I'll take that verbatim. So that gets ruled out. So the only other thing is that for whatever reason, your browser, if you did associate it before, you didn't associate it now. And now you did say it was a custom DNS, correct? So it would have been something.zoom.us?
Correct.
Okay, so what that probably meant, and that was the first time you've been there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so then what you should have done is your browser should have prompted you to associate that domain name. Do I allow this to actually happen? And Zoom asks you that in the browser. So if an example would be from Canada, a lot of the time we usually connect up to US2, USO2, or USO6, right? Now, if you haven't told your browser that USO6 is allowed to do this push that Zoom does, then yes, it'll sit there and it'll just have a join meeting button there, and it should, if for whatever reason your client didn't do it, it should then just take you into the browser.
That's what I thought, but it was, I don't know, it was weird. Ray, what do you think?
When you launched the Zoom meeting, did you launch it from a link in an email, or did you launch it from a calendar entry in your Zoom workplace app?
No, it wasn't from an email, but yes, it was a link.
It was
not in a calendar.
not the button in the calendar, because I can't remember now that we've talked about this for 2 minutes. My mind is scrambled. But I think when you click the one in the browser in the workplace app, it just opens it up in the workplace app.
Exactly. Right.
And doesn't do the roundabout into the browser first. But yeah, when you click a link, it's a function of how the links have to work. They have to go to the browser, and then if the browser is configured to point you to another thing, it'll do that.
Right. One of the things I actually I remember asking someone about this, if there was a way, and the liminal apps have this. So the liminal apps, there's a place where you can, join by link, and you can just put the link in, and it doesn't open a browser, or maybe it does in the back end, but it doesn't show you that, and it just joins the meeting. But in the Zoom client,
Yeah, that's extra code that's been put in by the liminal guys in around the SDK to do that.
And I love. I wish we had that in Zoom itself. Robert, go ahead.
I just wanted to be a little bit cheeky and ask you, were you above 3,400 meters or below? Because if you're above and lost internet access, you may have connected to a different planet, David.
That's no, I had what was the guy who used to say? I had 2 feet on the ground, my head in the clouds and 2 feet on the ground, or whatever.
AC Kasem.
I think that was a reference that came up a couple weeks ago. No, I was fully on the ground for this.
I blame Starlink.
It's definitely Starlink's fault. So I guess here's my takeaway. My takeaway, honestly, is I didn't even know I was in the browser. Like that's how good the experience was from my end. It looked like I was in the client, in the Zoom meeting, as far as the windows that I had and
It's much better now than it was, say, a year or two ago. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
I'm just looking at you, David, and when you say your experience was so good you couldn't tell the difference, I'm just wondering what you're smoking there in the background.
I'm just saying, it's just it didn't look all that different. Like the UI, just I didn't pay attention to whether I had all the doodads and gonads, not gonads, sorry, all the doodads and things. I didn't pay attention to that. Okay, can we change the subject, please? Dear Lord.
Are we officially salty, or what are we officially right now?
Wait, Fred is now taking off. Fred is on YouTube and he's taking off. Fred, let us know how high you get before you lose connectivity. I was at 3,400 feet.
Wait, is there a wager involved, or are you guys betting on this?
I think there should be. Absolutely. Who gets higher? Okay. I've never actually taken drugs at all, ever. I'm the cleanest guy.
Is your daughter watching?
Probably. They've done more than I have, because I haven't done any. Hey, Ray Harwood.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with Zoom release notes?
What's going on with Zoom release notes?
I mean, the past 3 days you've been posting these odd, strange updates of nothingness or something.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting. I come from a software development background with a lot of documentation. In fact, for 2 years, I audited the documentation at Fort Sill, Oklahoma for their field artillery tactical data system. That's what I did. And so I like having release notes and related documentation with the little bars out on the side that says, this text changed. So when, as I have and many of us have, I subscribe to the release notes and I get a thing that pops up that says, hey, this thing changed. I want to know what changed. And if there's not like next week we're going to have a whole new release. No, it's still the one from 3 or 4 days ago, but something's different. How do I know what's changed? And so I actually have a little process that I go through. It takes me about 2 minutes per release note to copy the text of the release note today into a Word file. And I do a word compare to the one that was released before. And I can tell exactly which pieces have changed. And so there have been 3 additional releases to the workplace release notes in the last 2 days. I think actually 4, and I think I missed one. But it's been pulling 2 things that were in the original release notes, and then they announced 6.3.11 with some quick fixes, nothing really major. But I like to know that stuff, and I know some people that like to know that stuff, so I kind of monitor that a little bit for workplace and team chat. Yeah.
What I was getting at is it sounded like they put these release notes out and then they just kept pulling stuff because it wasn't ready.
Well, I believe the way that the process really works, because the documentation lags reality, that they get up to the time to install the next release and someone says, this isn't ready, and it gets pulled immediately in the build of the next release. And then they push that on out and that sort of stuff. And then someone sends a note over to the document guys and says, that thing we were going to put in 2 days ago, we didn't put it in.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty typical.
Right. I don't know. It just seemed like a flurry of that. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. It came pretty fast and furious on the workplace app in the last 2 days.
Not only
speaking of workplace app, how many people updated because there was a release today?
I didn't update to the 6.3.11 yet.
Wait a second. Oh,
I-
I have a gun. What is that? Oh crap! Wait,
I didn't
It,
either.
it literally came out this morning, as far
All
as
right.
I understand.
I have to pass host to you because I'm. It's updating. All right, your host. I'm going to disappear in a second. Oh no.
Oh, he's gone.
And he's gone because David.
We can do whatever
Yes,
we want.
So yes, I did notice. I usually do a check on if there is any Zoom clients before I join, and of course, lo and behold, this morning, and I've been watching every day to see if there was any new and exciting updates, and of course, Dot 11 returned, and David is back.
I'm updated. It looks the same.
You look much better, David.
Do I really?
Fascinating. What happens?
So what's new in this one?
Well, some fixes, and again, another part of the process is that the guys make changes to the code, and somebody nominates this change is ready to go out in the next release, and the testers test it, and it all works for the testers on the environment that they created, and then the night of the release, they set it out into the wild, and somebody with some specific configuration, everybody with that configuration, it doesn't work on. And so they go, oh my God, what do we do? And they develop a patch, a quick fix for that. And then they do this quick release right after that. So we saw that with the release of 6.3, I think. We came out with 6.3.0. And like 2 days later, there was a 6.3.1 to fix those things that they knew immediately like didn't work as advertised.
That's what this is?
Probably based on 6.3.10.
Let's see.
Frank, that print screen that you've put into the chat, is that a description of the changes in this
That's the
newest
release
release?
notes. It's almost nothing. I mean, if you're one of those two groups, it's probably important to you, but for the rest of us, it's not a big deal.
Minor bug fixes, Google Pixel 9 XL Pro users. What a strange bug. Resultant issue where Google Pixel 9 XL Pro users were automatically placed on hold once audio is connected. That's fantastic. Wait, how did... That is such a tiny... That's like 3 people.
Hey, the riches are in the niches, David. Riches are in the niches.
I love that. And an issue where Zoom crashed when users signed in using SSO for Linux. Okay, that seems bigger. That's funny.
There's 10 of those people.
Right, 10 of those. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. Wow. So what else are we doing? What else are we talking about? What are we
So again, was that salty, or what was the theme of the show today, David?
Oh, sweet and salty?
That's
No,
what I'm saying. Was
that
that
was-
the salty
no.
part where you were breaking things, or is that the sweet part?
No, that name was me not really seeing anything from Zoom to talk about and trying to think of a silly cooking reference. But thank God Frank has his hand up.
We'll see. So let's pour one out for Skype. It's going away in May. Bye-bye, Skype. It was good to know you.
Like really going away?
Yeah.
I don't know if that also includes Skype for Business or if that's just the
Nice.
regular
Skype.
vanilla Skype.
Wow, Skype is retiring in May 2025. Sorry, here's the you will be able to sign to Microsoft Teams free with your Skype credentials, and your chats and contacts will be right there, ready for you to enjoy. Enjoy the features you love about Skype, including free calling and messaging, as well as new features like meetings and communities, all on Teams app.
When Microsoft bought Skype, they paid something like $8 billion for it.
Wow.
And
Wow.
back then, that was real money.
That's kind of sad. Like I'm thinking about the Skyposaurus that Leo Laporte used to use, and
The only thing I'm not sure, like there's Skype and there's Skype for Business. I don't know if If
Oh, I wonder.
it's all Skype or just regular Skype, I don't know.
Huh. Interesting.
David, FYI, you when you came back, you got host back by default. I'm not co-host anymore.
It's because I took it back. That wasn't by default. I took it.
I think
Deny.
Microsoft ruined Skype after they bought it. It was never as good a product to me.
What about it?
They tried to add things to it, and I don't know, it just didn't seem to work as well. I don't know. Do you remember way back then in the Wayback Machine?
I don't think I even used Skype to be
Oh,
honest.
really? Okay.
Maybe I did. I don't even remember.
So in a similar vein, has anyone used Amazon Chime?
I've heard about it.
There's an article. Let's see here. I think I've got it. Here we go. In the Business Insider magazine that says Amazon makes Zoom the standard app for internal meetings and starts using Microsoft 365 tools. And they're basically shutting down Chime, which they found out after they launched it. Gosh, only people inside Amazon use it.
All right.
So they picked Zoom over Teams.
That seems
That's
pretty significant.
It's not a difficult decision, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm not sure I agree. I mean, if you live in Microsoft world, if you live
Just
in, you know,
Continue.
yeah. I'm just saying.
Dun dun dun. Right.
No, I'm just
And no, it's not just because Josh is here that we're being nice to Zoom today, right? Just remember that.
Yep.
Okay.
But David,
of course, I would
Zoom
order.
has actually made it very easy for MS Team users to initiate Zoom meetings, to utilize them. So that it's very easy for Microsoft Team users to be able to use Zoom. It's become very easy. And once they've been on Zoom, they really don't want to go back to MS Teams because it's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah.
What's the possibility that eventually Microsoft could get rid of Teams and acquire Zoom?
Oh God.
Sorry, I just had to go there after the
That just sounds
discussion.
awful.
Yeah.
I will not address that. It is interesting. The past year has seen Twilio kind of went away, which was a video SDK communications app that moved to our video SDK over at Zoom side. Workplace from Meta shut down and made WorkVivo from Zoom a preferred vendor, and now Chime. So 3 fairly major sort of moves and lurches in the industry towards Zoom technology, which is
What was Workplace from Meta? I don't even know.
it's an internal company employee engagement tool. So
Internal,
an
gotcha.
intranet type tool. So we acquired WorkVivo, and then it's been a big year for that product as the Meta thing got shut down. So
Gotcha. Huh.
And that was about the time that Zoom decided to rename Zoom app to Zoom Workplace or whatever. So
Yeah.
took
That
over
makes
the term.
Yeah.
Sort of made it easier for the people who couldn't get the word Zoom out of their mouths just to say workplace. Anyway, if we're all going quiet, I've got a thing that I've been working on with Zoom. Now, this is one of the salty ones. So, David, you need to decide whether we
Right.
turn down that route.
Bring it.
Yeah. And it's all to do with what I do
Can I vote?
with interpretation. No, interpretation.
No, that was too salty. That was too salty. Don't talk. Watch your language.
Oh my goodness. So with the interpretation now, and I've really delved really deep into this, and we've been using Zoom interpretation for, I don't know, since the lockdown. That's when we really got strong on it. I actually got special permission for Zoom to do a test on it, and then we started training interpreters. And so I know a lot about Zoom interpretation. However, recently they've made a change to the player, the recordings player. Now, what was happening? What was the way it worked previously, and the way we liked it personally, and not just because we got used to it, but because it was usable, was that you could get sent out the link of the recording to the people who attended. If you had interpretation, they would click on the link, and just like in Zoom itself, in the Workplace app, you could select which language channel you wanted to listen to. Now, I need to make a pause now and just explain one thing. When you have two people speaking to each other, for example, if I was speaking to you in Polish, David, and you were speaking to me in English, okay, we would be holding a conversation. I would be listening to the Polish interpreter, and you would be listening to the English interpreter, correct? Unless your Polish is good, which you haven't admitted to.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So you still got a chance. So now, in the player, in the previous version, what would happen is, if no interpreter was speaking, the attendee could hear me or you speaking. Okay? However, if he selected, for example, the English channel, when you started speaking in English, the interpreter wouldn't be interpreting on the English channel, be interpreting on the Polish channel. So the listener or the attendee could hear you speaking in English. And vice versa. If there was someone who was, one of the attendees was listening in Polish, he'd select the Polish channel. When I spoke in Polish, he'd hear me. And when you spoke in English, he'd hear the interpreter speak in Polish. So he could follow the conversation. Now, with the cloud recordings, the interpretation channels are just the pure interpretation without the me and you speaking, without the floor, without the main audio channel. Okay? So you get 3 recordings. You get the floor, which is the main, you get the English, and you get the Polish. And they're all clean, and that's good, and that hasn't changed. However, the player has been changed now. So when you listen to the meeting or watch the meeting in the Zoom recording player, it plays back the files. So it doesn't give you the room audio or the floor audio and then duck it when the interpreter speaks. It just gives you, on the interpretation channels, the interpreters. So if I speak I speak Polish, and I'm having and you're speaking English, and there's someone listening, for example, Ray Harwood's listening in English. If he's listening to the main channel, he won't be able to understand me, he'll be able to understand you, correct? Because you're speaking in English.
Right.
So he'd have to select the English the interpretation channel to understand what I'm saying in Polish, correct? However, because he's listening to the English interpreter, when you start speaking English, he can't hear you anymore. So he's got to toggle back and forward depending on who is speaking. Now, this is broken. I can tell you this is broken. And I've been in touch with the support team at Zoom at a very, very deep level, and they've escalated it very high. And this is a change that has been made because it was requested for. So what's going to happen is, it's really good if you have a whole event in one language that you want interpreted into a second language. But if you have more than one language being spoken at the event, it's impossible to listen to the recording of that. It's just broken.
My head hurts a little trying to follow all the different languages and interpreters and tracks and all of that. But it sounds like you need a mixed channel where multiple speakers can be on the same channel.
You have that. That's the main channel. That's where we are now. So
But
each one of us could
no,
be
but the
speaking in our.
interpreters aren't on that channel, so they're not
No,
mixed.
no, they're listening to to this channel, and they're interpreting on the channel the language that they've
Right,
selected.
but my point is that what you said is that if I then start speaking in English, you can't hear that because you're listening to the interpreter's channel.
If we do that over here in the app live, it works properly because the main floor, the main audio is ducked when the interpreter starts speaking.
Okay.
And so when he's not speaking and he's not interpreting into English, I can hear you. Yeah. But in the player for the recordings, they've
Oh,
changed the logic and it doesn't work. It's broken in the player for the recordings, not over here. Here it works fine.
I
Perfect.
understand. Okay.
So if I can hop in,
Please.
there's the what I'm going to call briefly the micro level of what's happened here, and that is that it used to work and it's been changed and it doesn't work, and it should be an easy thing for them to go back to what they did before to have it to work the way Robert wants. But that's the micro level. It's the macro level that we have an issue with, and it's not just limited to interpretation. It occurs in everything. It occurs a lot in Zoom events where there's a pool of users that have a particular functionality that they want implemented that breaks or changes something that's already in place, and people who are very comfortable with what's in place and actually rely on what's in place now perceive something as broken. When back in my military auditing days, it's works as designed. Someone changed the design. Oh, you guys want this? We're going to change the design. We're going to move in this direction. And I don't know how a company as big as Zoom can do this, but the reality is when you get a really good suggestion that's well documented by a certain group of people, you really need to have a way to vet that particular change to other people who might be dependent on the current design. That's the bigger picture that I don't think Zoom or anyone can really address, but this sort of a thing begs for a switch that says, do you want to use the way that it was done before, or do you want to use the new way that we've implemented? And make it easy for someone to go, that messes up everything, and click, you're back to square one. Now, what you can't really do is go, okay, well, those four, what was it, Google Pro Excel something or other users that think something is broken, you can't really do for them. But this is a a major implementation strategy that has to be looked at, I think.
Robert and Lois.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Ray. It is a strategy because when I spoke to the people at Zoom, they said that this is what they've decided. This is what's going to happen. And they're not going back. Now, I say this in the context of, remember about 2 months ago, we had, I forget his name, I think he was Adrian from Australia, who was talking about setting up a recording system. Andrew, yeah.
Yep.
And one of the things that I vetted for at the time, I said, listen, we don't need it because the Zoom recording player is so brilliant because it has all these additional functions.
I remember that conversation clearly. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got the rug pulled out from under my feet. I have had to move recordings now to Vimeo and send out Vimeo links to clients so that they can get the same functionality, which is really naughty because I want to try and keep as much of everything in Zoom itself, especially when you've got confidential material that you don't want to have to spread out anywhere. So it's
well, you've got the right guy here, Robert, because Josh and the Zoom Events platform and their content management system, which is really dependent on being able to play these things well, and they want to use that both in a learning manner and for events. I'm sure Josh is taking notes.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. It is going to
Yeah, I
be
have
an
a Zoom
issue.
doc open.
Are you just showing off?
So, speaking to Ray's suggestion to have a button to toggle between the new way and the old way, that would probably mean that they would have to have two different formulations of the program. I have been in my life, I have frequently found things that I liked it the way it was. Why can't I go? Well, I can go back to a previous version because I can run a different version than the current new thing. But that's a hard workaround. Robert.
If I were to take a guess, in the back end, there are about 500 different options. Yeah? Adding another toggle switch there as to how you want the player to behave is not the challenge or issue, if you ask me. There's another reason that's driving that. And I really don't understand it. But it's going to mess up. Josh is going to come across this very, very quickly because in Zoom events where you've got multiple tracks and you've got multiple recordings and a lot of interpreters with multiple languages, this is going to cause havoc.
Josh, how do you explain this travesty? Yeah, he conveniently has a mouthful of food. So, Frank, go ahead and jump in. Frank, you are muted.
My mouse click didn't register. This may sound a little arrogant, but bear with me. I have often met with Zoom product team to talk about how we want certain aspects of Zoom to work. And occasionally it's come across to me that the people from Zoom are nice and well-intentioned. They really don't understand my industry as well as I understand my industry. And they don't understand why you're complaining or asking for something until you have a very deep discussion with them and sometimes multiple conversations. And it is difficult when two different groups want to use Zoom in diametrically opposed fashions to accommodate both. But I do agree with what Robert's saying. There's more like 2,000 back-end switches for Zoom. I don't understand like why they can't accommodate everybody by, it's more work and more programming, but I think if there's two major use cases for a part of Zoom, accommodate both if it makes sense and add more nuance to the tool.
So, and to add on to what Frank's saying, the whole concept of Europe, America, and Andy articulated this really well. And he said only when he started attending conferences in Europe did he understand that you start off with how are we going to do the interpretation because there's so many languages here. You don't start off with anything else except the interpretation. So it may work for someone on the American continent, but it's not working for us in Europe, that's for sure.
Probably because, America is an amazing place with lots of cultures and stuff, but predominantly they speak English in most of their business situations. Whereas my country is bilingual. I realize America, Spanish is a huge language in America as well, but predominantly they speak English. In Canada, we speak French and English. And in Europe, you've got all the neighboring countries with all their own languages. So it would really impact European Zoom users probably faster and more deeply.
So I don't know, David, is the answer to your question. Do we have Josh? Yeah, if Josh is the right person to be addressing this to. And I wasn't even trying to put the responsibility onto Josh.
Josh will have it all fixed by Monday morning. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That's fine.
Do you, Josh? I mean, absolutely not putting you on the spot. Do you have just interesting thoughts?
Yeah, I think I agree with sort of where Frank just ended, which is, or who someone who just said, which is often without deep discussion and understanding the end use case. Sometimes we tend to be a touch more reactionary. I also agree sort of with Frank of let's just have some more configuration to the experience. I do think in general, and this is certainly true on the event side, but we're even just talking about meetings in general right now. Everyone's use case is so specific and so custom and so different that more toggles, more control. We already have a lot of control, right? So why not continue down that path of being able to really customize that experience? But you certainly got my attention there, Robert, with words of I moved my recordings to Vimeo. So that set off some alarm bells here. So say those types of words loudly, and we'll look. Hopefully, the
And
right people look. So
okay, and AI companion will grab hold of them and do something about it, will it?
we'll see. I sent you a link. Let's schedule some time, Robert.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you.
Lois, go ahead.
Okay, so are we done with that topic? Because I want to start a new one. Anybody else?
Can I take just two minutes? Robert said something about Andrew, the guy in Australia who was looking at this recording system. And Robert asked on Discord, what's the status of that? And Andrew and I have had a couple of conversations. And Andrew's company's decided not to pursue that. And one of the reasons for that is something that I kind of knew and didn't really quite understand until getting in the marketing realm for Zoom, and that is that enterprise accounts have unlimited storage. It's a part of an enterprise account. So if you've got 100 or more users in an enterprise account, the problem that Andrew's company was trying to solve doesn't exist. Other than sort of the file management and where are things and are what's still active. But the whole thing of, gosh, the storage is so expensive and it's difficult to manage, kind of goes away at the enterprise level. So I just want everybody to know, don't be holding your breath waiting for Andrew's company to pull that out.
Okay. It was exciting what he was talking about. It's
Yeah.
I get it, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The
Take it away.
Thank you. So when Josh was saying how many options and choices and configurations and hundreds, maybe thousands, speaking from the perspective of an end user who is not using this for production, is not doing heavy duty stuff, is not doing webinars, or just doing meetings, the question I have is, might there ever be a simple sauce? In other words, something where you go into your Zoom and the first thing you see is, if you want the simplest setup, click this button.
We've talked about this a few times.
Yeah, I'm asking Josh, is that a possibility?
Setting. Right. Here, can I, before?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, because this is like, Josh, I don't want you at all to feel on the spot with any of this.
Sorry.
I'll have you here. But I mean, my 2 cents about the stupid option or the stupid button is, if that's what you would press, you're not going to touch anything else anyway. So you're going to work with Zoom the way it comes out of the box. You're not going to touch anything, and that's it.
But it changes. Zoom changes.
Not really.
Yep.
I mean,
in the past, there have been times when the simple setup got messed up because of the assumptions and the defaults. So I'm not asking for a stupid button. Maybe what I'm asking for is a picture that shows you on your settings, here are the settings you want, or something like that. Well, anyway, never mind. It's okay.
Right. No, again, I don't think anyone except you and I are going into the settings. No one goes into the settings. But Frank, did you want to jump in?
I was just I don't know, it sort of isn't exactly what Lois is talking about, but Zoom's a for-profit enterprise, or corporation, whatever. Um, when you can sell 75 or 100,000 seats to a corporation, Zoom licenses, and you say, okay, that's X amount of billions of dollars of revenue, and then you have the individual people who buy Zoom as a pro license, one license, Zoom is going to lean heavily towards what huge businesses and organizations want, not so much what individuals want, because it's not economically feasible to really to cater to the single users as much as the organizations.
John.
I would say whether it's an organization or an individual user, efficiency is critical for everybody, right? Ease of use is always first, So Lois, it's a really interesting question. I'll talk more just sort of broadly. All software evolves, right? And on the one hand, we just finished a 10-minute on wanting more control and more complexity and more, right? And then the very next sentence was wanting less, right? So I think that's a really interesting for any software, any solution that any of us are trying to like build and maintain. How do we navigate both of those, right? And are we custom solution, right? Do you all offer custom meeting, planning solutions, or are there more simple, dumb? Well, the answer is always some of both, right? The answer is always we got to make things easy for users to understand and use. iPhones, no one's ever taught me how to use an iPhone, right? You just sort of pick it up and use it. Well, maybe my kids now, but in general, it should be simple and easy to use, but incredibly customizable and adaptable. So I think that's a goal for any platform, any service that we're trying to bring.
And by the way, it's really difficult to do, I would argue. I think about, so this is Ecamm that I use, and you've got a gazillion panels all over the place, and it's like people look at this and they almost throw up from being overwhelmed by it. The reason they created it like this is so that you could close things. You can turn off all the stuff you don't need and you could simplify it. But it's because they're trying to serve both the simple users and those who want every bell and whistle. It's just really challenging, and you're just never going to make everyone happy. The question, I think, is, and you're really raising it, Lois, is are there ways that we can help users get the most out of the experience? John, go ahead.
Well, one of the reasons that CSU adopted Zoom very early on was, compared to the platforms that they were using, Zoom was the easiest one. And if you remember this little thing called COVID, where the whole world had to take over and using Zoom, it was still the easiest to get into. And if you were to look at the menu bar from the COVID Zoom and the menu bar now, the majority of it is the same. And if you want, I don't know, Frank, if you do it, but I know with some of our K-12 people, the admin can restrict what things show up on that bar. And you can make a very simple, like you say, Lois, one button thing. So if you were in an organization of senior citizens, you could, or elementary school kids who get in trouble because they want to push everything, you can set it up. Zoom has that capability. And you even have that capability in your own control panel to make life simpler for you. If you don't want to have, if you want it simpler, there are probably some companies that have very simple interfaces that may be using technology that Zoom has, because Zoom has APIs, and I know their product is built into other things. So what you've described does exist, but not in a service that you can, it's not in the service that you right at this moment have access to.
And I do, when I have clients that are just getting overwhelmed trying to get into a Zoom meeting, I do go with them and I do change the settings in the back to be as unobjectionable. In other words, so that they don't have to do anything but get into the meeting. And once they're set, that's great. So what I'm hoping is that Zoom will not change the defaults, so that once you get something set up for one of these folks who's not techno literate, that it's not going to suddenly change on them 2 weeks from now and not make sense. But all of that is really minor compared to what we do here. And so I'm taking away my soapbox and saying, who else got something to talk about?
Well, I asked a question in the chat on YouTube, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time or not, but since Dr. Idelson is here, who is probably another person who can talk about this new release, is this a good time?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Okay.
What
so
release, Tony?
I didn't see anything in the chat. Did you put something in there? And I just
Tony, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What new release are you referring to?
QCam has been updated to 3.0. QCam Presenter by Michael Forrest, who's a member of our community. And I was wondering if anyone had the opportunity to use it with Zoom, this new update. It was actually released, I believe, on Wednesday, but he did do an update on it this morning where he talks about the ease of use, and I have downloaded it. I am definitely not the person to really demonstrate it, but I have come in on another instance, and I can switch to that. But as we have Dr. Idelson here, he could probably do a better job of talking about the update.
Well, I don't know where Dr. Idelson is. They refer to my son as Dr. Idelson. I'm just John, former professor. But I can give you a little feedback on the QCam version 3. And I think this will be of interest to Josh and other people. QCam Presenter, Michael Forrest was the creator of that. And during COVID, when people were wanting to do annotation and use their iPhones for being a camera, he created a program called Shoot. And the program Shoot was your iPhone as a camera, but you could do annotation drawing on it. Later on, since he could make that work in the on the iPhone, he created a program called Video Pencil. And that was based much on Alex Lindsay's being able to draw, a telestrator. And he had another program called Beat Sheets, which he was a musician and he used for creating musical events and performances. And that all came together by linking his Beat Sheets, which was a control program, Video Pencil, which was a graphic overlay program, and his Shoot to be a video camera. And he started integrating that into what was QCam Presenter. And it's now in its third iteration, and it has gone through many things. What he's done with QCam Presenter version 3 has stripped it down, much like Lois was talking about, to the essentials. And surprise, surprise, if you go to last Wednesday's announcement of QCam 3.0, he talks about how he mirrored the Zoom interface. So the audio button's the same place as the audio is the Zoom interface. The video button is in the same place. He has a touch bar for letting you share a screen. It's very nice. You don't need to go to a screen share. You just hit the touch bar and then you get a pop-up menu and you can pick anything that you want to share. Now, it doesn't do everything that Zoom does with a screen share, which reduces frame rate and increases resolution. John, but it does make it available for anything that you want to see. So QCam Presenter version 3, if you haven't downloaded, he's also changed the pricing and availability of trying for free. I find it a very useful tool for doing presentations when I'm using Zoom.
John, when you say screen share, he's screen sharing. That's as a virtual camera, right? Just like the other tools do.
Yes, essentially any image that you have on any device. This again, QCam Presenter is Mac only. So for you Windows people, we invite you into the garden. It's beautiful. The water's fine. But not only anything in the Mac ecosystem, be it a Keynote, be it a QuickTime movie, being he could even pull NDI using NDI monitor within the Mac ecosystem. So, and then he has his 3D thing. So rather than, doing a switch and putting yourself in a small circle or whatever, he has it in the lower, either left or right-hand corner, and it goes full screen and goes back from full screen. So what he was trying to do is make it easy for people to do presentations with the least number of steps. So if you're a professor and you're teaching a class and you have a web page that you need to go back and forth from, you actually have 3 places you hit. You have your microphone to make sure it's on. You have your camera to pick your camera you're speaking on, and you hit your share page. And if you preset it to whatever web page you want, then it pops up and pops down. And if you have your video pencil, you could annotate and draw on that page. And so he stripped it down to the minimum for a simple training presentation or a software demonstration. So if you were teaching somebody software, you still have your audio, you have your video, and then your share would be the screen that you're teaching the people the software on. He's an interesting guy, a wonderful musician. And if you haven't seen his introduction of 3.0, I would look at it even if you weren't interested in QCam Presenter. If you were only a Windows user and was never going to touch a Macintosh, he did a very good job of what I consider the next generation of Keynote. He opened with who he was. He had some testimonials about the product. He explained the history of the product. And then he went into a thing of his life history of why he's doing this, and then made the offer saying, come join it. So I think he knocked it out of the ballpark, both in the new version of QCam Presenter and how he launched it publicly.
I think he did a great job as well with his announcement of it.
And I do not have any affiliate links. I am helping it with it because I like to help anybody be more powerful in the Zoom platform.
And I do not have any affiliate links either.
It's a very cool app and program that he used. And it doesn't replace Ecamm or Mimo Live or OBS or any of those. It could, I guess, hypothetically, but that's not his plan. His plan is to use it to supplement those, because it really is, it's all about building, it's about structure. It's about structure.
Well, it's partly to supplement those, but the issue is both Mimo Live and Ecamm, which I love because I'm a Mac guy, and they do things very differently. A lot of people, even when they get it, use the minimal amount of the tool set. So I would say there's probably 50 to 60% of the people using Ecamm or Mimo Live who could do everything they need to do with QCam Presenter. It's only when you're really getting fancier with, multi-screens, chroma key, and all those other things. And, David, there's lots of people like you, obviously, who use it very, very well and very powerfully. But there's lots of people who just do the minimal with Ecamm or QCam or even OBS.
No, absolutely. My point was that what he's created is it's from where I sit, it's less about video production and more about presentation.
Totally, it's a presentation tool.
Right. So it helps you structure your presentations. It helps you build scenes that go with each part of your presentation. And so again, it can integrate with all these other tools, with the eCam and everything else.
But the version 3.0 has gotten away from all the scenes, and he has AI that would create it. Version 3.0 is just live.
Gotcha.
What's your audio? What's your camera? What you want the screen share?
Gotcha.
Do
Okay. Nice.
And I think that I'm probably a test case for minimalization of using QCam, and from the standpoint of I use it with my house of worship as a teaching tool, and it's I love video pencil and just drawing on the screen, and you guys can't really see it, but it's because I'm using the I'm going to try something. I'm going to try to switch to I actually have a QCam setup that I'm using, and I'm in here. And if it's okay, I'll try to switch to that.
Prove it, Tony. Let's see it.
Now your writing came up, by the way. Mine also, by the way, was just really delayed. I don't know. I think there may be something wrong with the something. Yes. Mike.
That came up within the last week or two. A buddy of mine, Rudy, from
it's quite old. It's been around for a number of years already.
It sounds like they've actually started to really ramp up on it. So it's interesting. Again, not platform specific.
I got when it first came out and tried it for a little bit, but I could never figure out what it was good for. So I just went back to Zoom.
Well, and I think did a very good job, other than picking the most horrible name that I could ever think of. And I'm sorry, guys, but they have redirected their message to be storytelling.
Yeah.
And we all know that storytelling helps, whether it's a teaching situation or entertainment.
Yeah. It's from the Zoom perspective, it's interesting. Here's what this tells me. We've always had tools like, what's
Can
the
you hear me?
Yeah, hold on one second, Tony. What's the piece vMix? We've always had tools like vMix and eCam and MillLab, and those are larger, more, I would argue, production-oriented tools. But these new little guys, the QCams, that are really about making the Zoom experience feel a little more produced or structured or organized, or what, making your presentations better. These are interesting, and it makes me wonder if, not that these small guys could push Zoom in one direction or another, but Zoom also has this capabilities in Zoom events through Production Studio. Is that what it's called, Production Studio? Makes you wonder if they would ever make that available to, outside of the events platform. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
I think two things are interesting there. I'll respond. Sorry, Ray, I jumped on you, but I think one, and this is due to the good work Alex Lindsay and you all and everybody's done. Everyone is a producer now, right? So any Zoom meeting is a production now, whether it's just you teaching or whether it's you, John, trying to communicate whatever you're trying to communicate. I think the bar has been, I don't know if it's the bar, I think the floor has been lifted, right, on everyone's expectation on production quality. So all these tools make a ton of sense, especially for, if I'm a one-man band, if I'm a teacher, stuff that's quick and simple and easy. It's an attention economy, right? So the more produced I can be, especially on video, especially on Zoom, the more attention, the more engagement, the more value is derived from that whole thing. To respond just super quick to Production Studio manipulates an entire webinar versus a single, webcam, right? Where I don't see or anything like that, trying to manipulate the entire production of a show. But I do think that's a good point, David, of, maybe more and more sort of consumer level, simple things that are easy to communicate. We've had slides as a background for a while, which is a similar kind of functionality. So yeah, John. Mute.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
John, watch your mute there, buddy.
Yeah, we can hear you, Tony.
Yeah, don't tell my son I didn't know how to unmute in Zoom. I'll get in trouble. Let me see if my Q cam is working.
I just met him in the office the other day.
Okay. Let me see if this works. Does this work?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is my normal presentation mode. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm in QCam. I now can pick a screen that I want to go to, and now I have to figure out which screen I'm going to go to. Never do a demo live when you're just doing no software. Okay, it's not going to pop up. Story of my life. Anyway, David, I think you're right. What QCam does is become a good front end for something like Mimo Live or vMix or OBS, because it gives much more control to the one-armed wallpaper hanger, where you have to be doing everything, switching, talking, adding graphics. If you have to do all those things, this is a tool that lets you do it pretty easily.
Agreed. I think I just pressed the cloud record button by accident.
Yes, you did.
I didn't mean to do that.
I know.
Can we hear from Tony now? Is that time?
Oh, it's always time to hear from Tony.
Did you guys hear?
It's Tony time.
I don't need the microphone.
Why
He's
didn't we-
great.
Is there an echo?
No,
Yeah.
not really. We need an AI song for Tony time. I didn't play our song this week. That made me so happy, by the way, Mike, when you started that. That was hysterical last week.
I'll work on another one. I'll get out another version here momentarily. You let me know when we need a break.
Video pencil. Testing. Zoom test kitchen.
Are
Zoom
you
test kitchen.
dictating that, Tony?
Yes.
Oh, I love it.
Clear.
Yeah, that's
Zoom test kitchen.
Sorry, I stepped on that. Sorry.
That's okay. Anyway, I'm not doing a good job of dimming. I'm hearing a lot of echo. You guys, is all right for you?
Yeah, it's good for us. So yeah, what Tony was showing off is in Video Pencil, it's this, you can draw a line and then speak and hello, and then it will write the word for you. That's interesting. There it is. Mine is, I don't know, I have to restart my machines today. I don't know why it's a very cool little feature. All right, let's get back to Zoom. Everything has slowed down on me. I think I need a reboot. Mike, I'm passing host to you for a moment because everything is falling apart on me, and I will return.
Alrighty. And we're back.
I think all the question always with any production element or app is ultimately, is it delivering more attendee engagement, right? Again, whether that's whether that's a one-on-one financial planning person, all the way up through some of us are trying to do, high level user conferences or something. But I think that's always the question for production. Does it get beyond, hey, that's cool, and into, oh, this is actually driving conversation and community and delivering value? And I don't know which one of those elements. I like Stream Alive for that, right? I think Stream Alive brings the right level of, oh, this is cool, and it actually enhances the meeting with engagement and encourages communication among attendees. I'd be curious what everybody thinks about production tools and things looking good. I play with them a lot. I like production tools, but sometimes looking better isn't necessarily the way to drive engagement all the time, which I think is a really interesting topic. Ray.
Speaking of Stream Alive, Josh and I both had a session with Stream Alive on Tuesday of this week, which was pretty exciting for the two of us. As we probably have discussed here several times, Stream Alive has not been functional in a Zoom events environment, and we actually tried to use it here in the test kitchen after we went to authentication required, and it didn't work here either. We were in a test session, and I would say, I don't know, they're some short time away. I don't know how short that time is, but to making Stream Live work in production mode in Zoom events, and that to me is very exciting to be able to do that for a number of sessions all bundled into one event, and for sort of a one price deal for per event. That's actually going to be pretty cool.
Good stuff, Ray. So we're just waiting for David to reboot, and he'll be back momentarily. But on that notion, let me remind everybody we are doing questions and answers. So if you do have any questions and answers, and I'll throw up a little bit of production as we've been talking about it a little bit, but let us know on YouTube if in chat if you have any questions or concerns for the panelists here, and we'll continue on. Go ahead, Robert.
I got a question that I don't know who other than John has been playing with the Osbot family of little mini PTZs, but there's something that came out about 4 months ago called the Osbot Talent, which allows you to connect Osbot PTZs to each other into like a hub, and then control, edit, frame, switch, and can do. It's very clever. Anyone had a hands-on experience with that?
And I'll open that up to YouTube as well. If anybody's had any experience with that, let Robert know, and I'll relay it over from YouTube chat. I have not.
John knows.
All right, John, go for it.
So I do, in fact, have one. And if you go to the site of OBS bot, you see the talent. If you goes to Mazewell, is that, or how's it? The people Madgewell, yeah. They also have a device. In fact, it is exactly the same device physically, although the Osbot uses their own interface. But Magazwell also has an interface. But they do not have cameras. So the talent is much more integrated to the Osbot camera line. And they have the Osbot Meet, they have the Tall. They just released the Tall 2. So there are other devices like this. It was the YOLO box, I think, was the one that Aaron uses a lot. There was the Go something, which looked very much like a stream, like a ATM, but was a switcher type thing. The Talent is a device specific box for integrating their cameras, but it gives you camera selection. It gives you the ability to do split screen, do scores. There's some people, a group that I'm working with, a set of schools that are doing it because it's not terribly expensive. That box is about $1,000. Their Tall cameras are, I think, 800, 900. So you get a 3-camera PTZ full controller in something that you could carry in a briefcase. There are a number of websites on its use. I hope it succeeds because I have one and I'm using it. And that's the challenge, is if somebody comes out with great technology and not enough people use it, it becomes an orphan.
John, what's the use case? I love the idea of, it feels like a video podcast production kit in a box. Like that's what it feels like to me. Is that what they're trying to do?
Well, what little background. I retired professor, but during my time at the university, I did a lot of work with the California state parks that were doing electronic field trips. They were doing it over old video conferencing Tamberg and Polycom systems. Now they're doing it all over Zoom. Zoom is a partner with the California state parks. And pre-COVID, it was a interpreter ranger meeting with one classroom of 30 students. When COVID happened and the classes were all closed, they became more of a broadcast. They called them portcasts, and they were broadcast out. And they were very useful during that time, but they missed the intimacy of the teacher being able to talk to the students, because you can't broadcast that because you don't have the student, don't have permissions for the students to, go public. So the field trips are really one-on-one, one school and one interpreter. But the students in the school are more used to a higher production value now. So if a ranger is out in the park using a iPad to talk about the redwood forest, he or she could talk into the iPad, and if she wanted to show how big the forest was, she'd go or reach the iPad and pan up and pan down. If she wanted to show what the redwoods look like in the winter versus the summer, she would have to figure out how to do a screen share. And so we're trying to come up with a low weight, low power consumption, because we don't have AC power out there, to let interpreters do multi-camera or multimedia presentations that would still be an electronic field trip. That interpreter being like the space explorer, being able to talk to the students back in their school. Now that we're not in COVID and there's more opportunities for students to go to parks, now they're having like the fourth grade of a school go to a state park, and they'll do whatever they're going to do exploring, whether it's the Crystal Cove tide pools or whether it's Año Nuevo where the elephant seals are. Then that class will do a remote broadcast back to the school. And this device makes it very easy for students to be able to do that. So that's the use case we're playing with.
Okay, thanks, Don. And just a quick question: have you used any of the NDI functionality on the Talent?
I haven't used the NDI functionality with the Talent. I'm currently using the NDI functionality with Mimo Live. So Mimo Live has a Mimo Live in a box. And this is designed for community access stations that are covering city councils. So the city council or the water board or whatever government agency has a room with NDI cameras in it. They put an NDI bridge there, and then Mimo Live controls that remotely. So it's helping community media centers be able to cover more meetings with fewer people. So if they had 4 meetings going on, and these meetings aren't, this is not Hollywood switching, they're pretty boring yet. So rather than having sent 4 people to each of those meetings, they could have 2 people monitoring 2 meetings, switching between, whatever speaker is. And usually the speaker switching is done locally by the city secretary who's running the meeting. So we're using NDI to get the video to a central hub so that they could produce more meetings with fewer people. What's your NDI question?
My NDI question is really to do with having a PTZ controller. If you can use that and define the different PTZ cameras on the Talent, and then use one controller just to
yes. So on this is the same, works the same way on the Osbot Talent, and it also works the same way in Mimo Live. You could have a PTZ 4K camera. You could define multiple 1080 images out of that 4K camera. So if we have a city council chamber that has 9 members, you could have 3 cameras, but you could assign those cameras to either be a wide shot of all 9, or assign that camera to be one of three of 3. So you could have camera. Well, let's say camera A could have council member who's in seat 1, 2, and 3. You could get camera B be council member seats 2, 3, and 4. Camera C be council members in 4, 5, and 6. And then you could have each of those having a wide shot. And then those all show up as separate cameras. So although you only have 3 physical cameras, you have multiple presets in the camera, so that to the switcher or to the Mimo Live or to the talent, it looks like you're switching between 9 cameras, where you're really switching between 3 cameras, and each of those cameras have 3 separate images that have been pre-selected. And then, of course, you have all the PTZ capabilities if you don't go to a pre-select.
Perfect. Thank you. That's really, really good. Thank you.
Now, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong. You already have a PTZ camera that has NDI in it, not?
Yeah, that's correct.
Because that works right now. As long as it has NDI in it, if you do have an NDI PTZ controller, it should be able to control that as we speak. And also, if not, again, you could always use Companion, because Companion can also control the PTZ cameras as well, as long as you set it up properly using the Visco over IP technology.
But the PTZ cameras now are, it's really interesting to see when we had SDI out, HDMI out, and now you have NDI out. So we have PTZ cameras with native NDI out. We're doing an interesting thing where the HDMI output of the camera we're putting to a local record as an ISO, but we're using the NDI feed to go into Mimo Live, which also could record an ISO. But when you're doing things with animals and you catch an elephant seal doing something, they're not going to do a repeat for you. And so if you don't get it, you want to make sure you have as many copies of it as you can.
Yeah. And what else was I going to say too? Related to the, oh, yes, John is right. He went down the SDI, HDMI, NDI, and of course, the new one on the block, of course, is Dante AV. So that is also another capability out there already, especially if you're already using Dante audio in your system.
Yeah, I think you need to put the emphasis on new there.
Yeah, new, well proved, and been out for a couple of years, just not well marketed.
You're referring to the audio or to the video?
I'm talking about Dante AV.
Okay.
It's been around for at least 2 years, almost 3 years at this point. But the price point of it is not going to be close to being in a webcam PTZ model.
Right. So you have NDI, which has NDI audio now. But I think that the real challenge that we found has nothing to do with NDI, Dante. It has to deal with good old school networking. So a traditional network can't really use any of them. So every time we're using NDI, we have to set up an isolated NDI network with either a Netgear NDI, or we're now looking at Ubiquity with its own isolated network.
Yeah, and again, I put a link in chat here, and I also put a link on YouTube, John, referencing your the Mimo Live in a box, and the picture that they actually show is actually using the Netgear based product that actually has a lot of the capabilities of they've made it really simple so that you could actually set up very quickly an NDI network.
So Dave has raised his hand. He has risen again.
He has risen from the ashes of the Macintosh, causing him grief. Go, David.
No, I heard you all talking about PTZ cameras, and I just want to throw out there, I don't know if any of you saw this, but OBSBot, it's not out yet, but they are releasing a new tail air, it's just the tail. I don't know, it's a terrible name. I don't know why they call it that. But this thing is insane. I mean, look at just the connectivity on the back here. It's got Ethernet, it's got SDI, it's got HDMI. This is a beast for $1,000. And it's tiny. It's just like the webcams, you know? I don't know. I wasn't sure if anyone, it has a tally light on it. It's got like everything. I haven't had the best luck with, I mean, the cameras are fine. Like this is a, what do you call it? An op spot up here. It's fine. I can't stand the software that comes with it. I just cannot stand the software, but I don't know, this tail, this is a crazy little guy. I wasn't sure if anyone talked about it, so I just wanted to bring it up, or if anyone knew about it. Oh, come on. John, do you have one?
I don't think I'm breaking any NDAs because we're going to be showing it publicly next week, but got the white box.
It's just too much.
It doesn't open up easily. Hold on. So open the white box.
How do you get one?
Inside.
Not fair.
A wonderful user manual. I had a hard time reading it.
Is it blank?
What, you mean you can read it, David?
Wait, is it?
You don't see the words?
It's what?
We all see it, David. I don't know what you're talking about.
Lemon juice will pull that text forward.
Ray, we're dating ourselves by doing that. That was an old Boy Scout trick.
It's bigger than I expected.
Well, you
That's
know,
not webcam size anymore.
no. You're not going to put this on top of your computer, but you will notice Ethernet, SDI, HDMI, audio in, audio out, and RS-232 control. And I should know the specs on it, but I believe it's 5x optical and 12x. If somebody pulls up the page, they've got the specs out.
Pixel 1/1.5 CMOS sensor. I don't know what that means. It captures at 4K 60 or 1080p 120. Remote IP, 5 times optical, 12 times hybrid zoom, AI auto framing, auto tracking, yada, yada, yada. NDI support, horizontal to vertical lens rotation, 5-hour battery life. Like I said, this is kind of a beast. Now, we'll have to see, how does it match up to, because some of you can get a pretty nice large PTZ for $1,000. So we'll have to see how this matches up.
But think about this in what Robert brought up earlier with the little talent box. So 3 of this camera and that little talent box, and you've got a pretty good field production unit.
Yeah, you've also got a pretty expensive production unit, but yes.
Well, it's expensive, but when you think about it, 3 very powerful cameras, a full production switcher that's all battery operated for under 4K or 5K. That's so. Think of what you paid for that before.
Right. So if you go on their site, they actually sell packages like that. So you can get 3. You can buy 1 camera with NDI, an NDI HX3 license key, and you get a remote. You can get 1 camera, an NDI remote, a mic. Yeah, but what mic? And filters. I have no idea what mic that is, but okay. Oh, you can buy 3 cameras with the remote, 3 cameras, the NDI remote, and accessories. I assume that's the mic. I'm curious again about what mic that is. It doesn't say. Or you could just, for $9,800, you can just get 10 cameras. But yeah. So I heard someone mention PTZ. I just want to throw that out there. But then John one-upped me by actually having it.
So this
It
seems
was
as
not
if it's
intended to be a
attacking.
one-up, David. It was my enthusiasm of playing with new gear.
Is that a review unit for you?
Oliver and I will be attending the Alliance for Community Media Centers in beautiful Fresno, California on Thursday and Friday. And we'll be demonstrating how that camera could be used in the city council chamber.
Gotcha. Josh, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks, Test Kitchen. I gotta get out of here, but this was a fun afternoon. Robert, it's always good to see you, and yeah, thanks for having me. Let me crash the party.
We did a lot.
I'll be here more this year.
We did a lot less Zoom in the past hour and a half than we usually do. We usually much more Zoom, but
Well, but this was useful, right, Josh? You know,
Yeah,
come
for sure.
on.
I like PTZs.
Yeah. And just don't let my son know I couldn't turn the mute on and off. That's
Yeah.
that's our little secret.
When Zoomtopia? Is there another Zoomtopia coming?
This fall.
Oh, it's in the fall. What do we
And
get?
just
Just like it was last
reminder,
year.
don't forget who was hosting Zoomtopia, an open Zoomtopia last year.
Oh, is that
It was
you?
me. Thank you for saying that, Mike. Appreciate that.
You're welcome, Josh.
Remember?
I know.
Paying
I know.
attention.
What'd you say, David?
I said I remember. I was paying attention.
Yeah. So,
Are you doing it again this year?
I don't know. They haven't talked to me yet. We'll see.
No.
Given the opportunity. Yeah, you gotta set the tone, right? We gotta set the tone for engagement, don't we?
Yeah. Is there some event in the spring that we can look forward to or something?
We just held Work Transformation Summit, which is our kind of thought leadership summit. I can grab the link to that, or you guys can Google that. But that was super interesting. A couple keynote speakers on the future of AI and how that's impacting. So we ramped up the virtual production game, so that might be something interesting for you guys to go back and watch. Did a little bit more on how we produced each speaker and each panel, camera kits, that kind of stuff. So yeah, stepping our game up a little bit, but
Well, did on Zoom Test Kitchen, did we talk about that little marketing company called Amazon that switched over to Zoom?
Yeah, we did mention that actually at the top.
right at the beginning.
Yep.
Here we go.
Where is I just Googled Zoom Transformation Summit, Transformation Summit, and I got to 2023. Is there a
Yep, I'll grab it.
see if this gets me?
So this has become a little bit more of here's the link.
Oh, I think I'm here now.
Shouldn't have Googled it, David. Use AI
2 times a
companion.
year thought leadership event.
Watch now. Oh, it's taking me into Zoom events.
Heck yeah.
January 15th, the event. Okay. If I register,
You can watch it all on demand. Yep.
you can watch it all on demand. All right. I am registering now. Awesome.
Yes, Josh will give you a ticket, David.
What, for coming later?
No.
The key takeaway from the keynote is that AI is the 5th great industrial revolution. That was the big keynote, big idea there. So let you guys chew on that.
AI is 5th. What? Say it again.
That's what he said. The 5th great industrial revolution is upon us. We've all been chewing on that. So nice to see y'all. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Nice to meet you guys.
What questions about AI? Sorry, I'm doing this now. What questions about AI would you like addressed? I don't care about your AI. I just want to see the other stuff. Thank you for registering. Oh, now I have to go back to my email. Okay. Did I get it? No, that's an email from my mom. That's not it. All right, I'll wait for that to come in. It's not here yet. Oh my Lord.
So, David, the cycle tends to be, Zoomtopias in the fall, but there usually is some education event in the summer for the educators.
Oh, that'll make me happy. That'll be good. That'll be good. There it is. I just got it. Zoom, join. All right, so now it's taking me into the event has ended. Continue in lobby. My information, agree and join, and here we go. So you do, in order to access this, you have to do that whole thing. Your future with AI, putting AI into action, building competence and confidence. There are only 3 sessions, and they're all on AI. Wait, maybe not. Nope, there are only 3. Really? Look at that. Only 3 of the sessions were recorded. And each of them is about 20 minutes long. 30 minutes long. Okay. None of those really interest me. Sorry.
So the official answer was, David, when you signed up, you ended up getting a ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was,
Thing that I don't really.
that's an easy segue into talking now that Josh is gone. Unfortunately, talking also about Zoom events and Zoom sessions too.
Oh, wait, there's big news about that in the US. You can now get a single business license. Did anyone not see that?
Well, you guys are now offered again. Canada's been offered it for a few weeks now. So is that true? So business accounts can.
Okay, fine. Canada's better. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. But yeah, it came to America, Zoom, and what I can tell you about this. No, don't spotlight me. What I can tell you about this. Hold on. Which is off the record, is that they are significantly, Zoom is working to significantly broaden 1080p access by allowing the purchase of single business license. And that'll be $18 a month. So it's slowly rolling out across regions. It hit 50% of the USA this past week. So basically what that means is that if 1080p is your thing, if that's what you're going for, you have 2 options now. Either a Zoom business plan with any seat count, and it says here a support ticket to request enablement. I guess you still have to do that for the business accounts. And then the other option is a Zoom Pro a Zoom Pro account plus Sessions Events add-on, which is also where you get all the liminal apps. And whether you need a subscription to Sessions or a PPA works, a pay per attendee, right now PPA licenses are qualifying for 1080p. Whether that will continue or not is up for debate. But a lot of folks, pretty much anyone now, for $100 extra can get 1080p and all the liminal apps. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
David, is that once a year?
The PPA license, you mean?
The business license.
Yes, that's each year. So 18 months, $18 a month. Well, let's actually, hold on. Let's zoom.us. So let's go over here. Let's go to plans and pricing. And yeah, I'm already. So $18.32 per month per user.
Billed annually.
Billed annually, right? Oh, you
Or
know,
$21.99 a month.
I'm in, let me go into an incognito because I'm already logged in there, so you don't really see it at all. So if I go buy now, yep, I can choose one user. Or it's $22 if you do it monthly. So if you want, so for $219 basically, $220, excuse me, $220, and a regular license is what, $200? Something like that, I think. Let me go back. What's a regular license each? Let's see. $160. Wow, that's a lot cheaper than I thought it was. Huh. I thought it was a lot more expensive. In any case, so if you do, sorry for the background noise. If you do a Zoom Business Place for $220, you get, not only do you get 1080p, but you also get 300 participants. That's a big deal. You get Q&A, if that's important to you in meetings. That's a big deal. The other route is to go with a Sessions PPA license. Again, we're looking for the cheap ways to do this. For $100, if you get a 100-seat, or is it 50-seat? I think it's 50-seat PPA license. It's $100 a year, and you get all the liminal apps, plus you can get 1080p. It's it's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. I'm going to step out for just 1 second while I go deal with this crying child, and Mike, is all yours.
Sure. So just for my sake, Ray, how correct was David? Was there any misleading information that David had, or was David correct in everything?
Well, I still don't see the business account thing yet in whatever region I'm in compared to his. But in terms of the PPA license, everything he said was correct, but not complete. And so the idea there is that you buy this 50-seat PPA license, and as long as you don't use that license to actually hold Zoom sessions, but you use it in webinars and meetings, you can use all of those other tools. The issue is if you go, oh, now I've got a Zoom sessions license and I want to do, a thing with the lobby and special registration and resources and a bunch of things that really you can only do in the Zoom sessions. As soon as you use up those 50 seats, every time you have an event, each person that attends takes away one of those licenses. That license can go away basically after you've used up 50 people. But if you're going to really do that, you might as well buy the more cost-effective license if you're going to do this a lot. And I've got a client that's doing this now. He's setting up SimuLive, and he's pre-recording a bunch of financial-oriented webinars, and he's just going to run them and have people come to them. And he's getting a PPA 600 because he's expecting about that many people over the next year. But if your goal is to just use the Zoom liminal apps and production studio and those sorts of things, buy the 50, just don't use them. Use that as sort of your ticket to get the other products.
And Ray, no pun intended about the ticket. Yeah.
Sorry, Ray, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is there a way of using Production Studio for a webinar production without actually using up one of the tickets?
Yeah, I did that with a client last month. So your usage of that in a Zoom web portal initiated webinar, not something in a Zoom events portal, but at a Zoom web portal, doesn't. I mean, it's free for your use out there as long as your license is good. Now this particular client bought a subscription license, not the PPA license. You have to check very carefully when you go look at these things. I think Production Studio will only work in webinars if you have one of the annual licenses, subscription licenses. I don't think it transfers for PPA.
Because I know that the Backstage is available for webinars, but I
Yes.
can't access the Production Studio for webinars. Is
Yeah.
that a thing? Is that a...
I believe if you have a subscription Zoom events or Zoom sessions license, you can use it in your webinars. That's what this other client was doing.
Because I do have one and I just can't figure it out. And
So the Zoom events or sessions license has to be assigned to the same user as the webinar license user. And you just go into webinar. There might be a switch somewhere to turn it on, but look for that. But you just go into branding, and it's kind of at the top of branding. That you go open up Production Studio, and you get the studio scene creation interface right there.
And again, where it'll pop up, Robert, and where it'll pop up during the webinar itself is there'll be another selection in your view at the top right.
Yeah, I've used it in sessions, but I haven't found a way of using it in a webinar, which is what I'd really like to do because it's really a beautiful tool.
Ray, we might have to explain webinar meeting sessions because I think that's still the confusion right now. People don't realize what sessions is compared to webinar because
Well,
session
yeah.
the terminology is telling you.
Terminology is a problem with Zoom anyway. Yeah. How many words are there for each of the things that we have to individually name? So, yeah, the little letter S, a session is really anytime you have a Zoom meeting or a webinar. Those are just sessions. And kind of, I don't know, my brain clicked earlier when Lois was talking about, oh, there must be different switches all back in the back end. And as we kind of know, the general interface into a meeting and a webinar all looks the same, but there's a switch there that goes, is this a meeting or is it a webinar? And if it's a webinar, attendees don't get to turn on their camera and that sort of stuff. Actually, and unfortunately I have to go answer my door. My painter guy needs a question answered real quick. But yeah, I'm going to look up the stuff here and come back with a screen share here in a bit.
All right, Ray. So Robert, I'll give you my answer of it because Ray and John are better at, or Josh are better at answering it. But from my understanding is that as long as you have made sure that, now again, very important. So what you can do is, and this is something that we have talked about and with Josh, is that basically if you make a meeting, so you make a meeting, then eventually you want that to be a webinar. And you want the capabilities of it being a session webinar. Now follow me on this. So you can actually bring it, so you can make it as a meeting initially, then you can promote it into being a session webinar. And now you have the session webinar add-ons that are built into the session webinar features, right? So as long as you get up to that level, and John is telling me in YouTube, he's saying that I think you have to go through sessions webinar. That's where he's using it. So as long as you don't make it a regular webinar, you're making it a sessions webinar, you should be able to see Production Studio. As long as it's enabled in the
I understand that. If I go into the webinar through sessions, I can access it. But what I thought Ray was saying is that if you can access it going through a webinar and not through sessions into a webinar.
No. Again, you always have to, again, you won't get Production Studio until you at least get, it has to be a sessions-based webinar or an events-based webinar. That's my understanding of it. It can't just be regular webinar because it has less features. And that's one of the features that it does not have. The Production Studio, from what Josh has told us, is that right now, it only belongs to sessions or events. It will never, well, never is a relative term, but never go lower into webinars or meetings, even though potentially it could.
Let me just get this right, Mike, because I'm struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
I've got a sessions yearly license. It's on the same user as my webinar and my meeting license, of course. And can I initiate a webinar and have access from the webinar, not going through sessions, but being logged into to sessions on the same license, on the same machine, and have access to Production Studio? That's the question.
Ray is back. I'll give Ray a few more seconds to find what he's finding. But my understanding is if you made it initially a regular webinar and not a sessions webinar, then my thought is no. And I'll let Ray correct me if I'm wrong on
that. Well, I have to go check to be sure. My understanding is, because we did this with my other client earlier in the month, he had a subscription Zoom sessions license, and in the webinar, we had access to Production Studio. In just a standalone webinar, we had access to Production Studio. Is that your question, Robert?
That is exactly my question. And that's what I need to go and look for, because I haven't been able to find it. There must be something that needs to be done that I don't know about.
Yeah.
Okay, and John's also correcting me from YouTube. Hi, John. He's saying customers will not see a difference between a session webinar and a plain webinar. So, okay, so again, but again, as long as you are making it with that sessions license, you should have Production Studio on the webinar.
They don't see a difference because a sessions webinar isn't a different thing. It's just a webinar with sessions as the wrapper around it. Right? That's what events is. Events at their core are just meetings and webinars. And then there are wrappers around it, like the different things that sessions and events offer. But they're just meetings and webinars.
Yeah, you're right that once you're in the webinar, it looks like a webinar. The difference is when you get the link, it actually takes you to a lobby that has potentially resources and speaker information, that sort of stuff. And then there's a join button there to go into the webinar.
Right. So there, and again, keep in mind too, David, it's what you said is correct, but make sure that it's understood that because you have a sessions license, you now have the sessions features that you don't have as a regular webinar licensee.
Absolutely. All I was suggesting is that the webinar itself it's not a different thing. It's just a webinar. It's Alexa Plus. It's right. It's webinar plus. Yeah.
Yeah. In theory, really everything is a meeting.
Right.
Right. Even a webinar is even a meeting. You can actually promote a meeting to a webinar if you wanted to. So in theory, everything gets a meeting ID. Should it be a webinar or go up the chain, it needs to have that license associated with that meeting. Did I do that right, Ray? I think I did that right.
Well, yeah, I mean, back to Lois's thing of, there's just, hundreds of switches back there. And one of those switches, all of this software is baked into Zoom Workplace. And Zoom Workplace goes, what is this thing? Is it a webinar or is it a meeting? Do they have this switch turned on? Do they have that switch turned on? Okay, I'll only enable those things. Yeah.
Let me tell you where I'm coming from with this question. If I'm doing a Zoom webinar with 3,000 attendees, the license for a month, because that's the webinar is in a monthly on a subscription basis, will be $4,600. Okay. If I want to do 3,000 on a sessions license, it's I think it's 4 times as much. And that's where I'm coming from, because if I can get Production Studio in a webinar by just having a subscription for sessions, then I just increase my webinar license without having to increase the sessions license. That's the logic that I'm trying to figure out. David's counting the money. Yes.
Oh, yeah, Ray, we can't hear you.
All right.
Now we can. You're
Okay.
done.
So weirdness. Anyway, yeah. I believe that's the way that would work. It doesn't say, oh, you only got a sessions 50 license, so you can only do this on 50 people webinars. Are the webinars that you're talking about, Robert, concurrent in any way? I mean, they're on one account so that they're.
Oh, it's one big webinar with a lot of people.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Should work.
I'm going to look for the studio somewhere. I can't figure that out. Where there must be a toggle of something that you can toggle to have the backstage on or off. Yeah. There must be a toggle for.
Yeah, if Josh was still here, he would have went, yeah, hold on a second. He would have clicked over and then he would have logged into his demo account and said, Robert, yeah, it's right there. But yes, Josh does that quite often with Ray, John, and I when we're meeting with him.
Here you go. So I just created a webinar in my account, and under branding, Production Studio, open Production Studio.
Interesting. They put it under branding.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess it doesn't make. It's not terrible. So
You have to put it somewhere, David.
yeah. No. I understand.
Sorry, what happens when you click on that? Right?
You get the production studio scene developer interface.
Okay, this is just for the production studio scene developer, but initiating the production studio in the webinar, I haven't seen under view the option to start production studio. That's
Well,
my
you have to have the production studio scenes created first.
sure.
If you haven't created any scenes, the production studio um, menu item won't show up for you. So go in here, create some scenes, and then go into your webinar. You should see the production studio there.
If you've created some scenes, can you change them on the fly when you're in a webinar?
No.
So it's set it and forget it. Basically, you build your scenes and then you can just use them. You can't.
Yeah, there's, without getting into the whole, how does this actually work? You could be creative and create a 9-up scene.
Right.
Just drag 3 people over into it and it becomes a 3-up scene.
Right. I remember them showing that. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
But then you want 3 people over on the right and a screen share on the left. You want one big, I just want one person with some border around it. I want to play a video or show an image. You do those scenes, and that works out pretty well. The thing what you did or earlier this month, they had it was partly hybrid, and they had a table with 4 people at it. They had one camera logged into Zoom that had a wide shot of 4 people, and then one camera attached to another Zoom computer where the guy was moving it from speaker to speaker whenever they were speaking. And so I created 2 scenes, one from camera 1, one from camera 2, and I just swapped back and forth. When someone else started to speak, I swapped it to the wide view while he moved to the camera. Once he got stabled in, I basically swapped views and it was close in again. Someone else started to speak, I swapped back to the wide view while he got to the other one. And so you set up 2 scenes and it remembers the settings when you swap between those scenes. Worked out really well.
Ray, thank you very much. I've just fired it up on another computer. It's exactly the way you said it would work. Exactly the way. And maybe I hadn't set up the scenes in the webinar that I was trying to work on. And that was the issue.
They're nothing there by default. So you have to go in and do that in order to see the menu.
I am aware of that, and I do it through sessions, but I didn't realize that. Well, I probably didn't do them. That there's no other explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's
absolutely
to me that there are such, and I don't mean this in a negative way. There are such limited options for that. It's strange to me that production studio wouldn't just have all those scenes ready to go. I mean, there are only only 9 or 10 scenes. Just have them.
It's overwhelming for a non-technical person, David.
Why would a non-technical person be using production studio in a webinar?
Because it's easy. Because it's easy. I would remember I had this.
Be easier to just have them all available in the webinar, so I don't have to go into the backend and set them up. If what I'm saying is, if there are only a few different options, just have them available in the webinar. Don't make someone go in the back and set them up.
There's like 50 of them, and you can set up. Yeah. You can set up one and assign who is going to be in each of the squares. And so if I want Robert in the top and David in the bottom and then something else off on the side, you can preset that up and it just happens. You don't even have to move people into it. And so that's the beauty of it, is you can set those up in advance.
Gotcha.
And sorry, Ray, have you figured out a way of copying these scenes from one webinar to another?
So the answer is no, you can't do that. But in an event, a multi-session event, there is a production studio setup for the template, And then when you go to start production studio development under a session, it asks you, do you want to use the default or do you want to start on your own? And just tell it, I want to use the one that I already created.
Okay, so it'll be worthwhile playing with the webinar in the back end to see if you can save it as a template. And when you use that template, if it'll open up with the scenes, that's something that needs to be done.
I haven't tried that. You never know.
Never know.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ray, did we not ask for, I think we asked that in Josh's meeting for templates for a production studio, for there to be like a template backend for production studio to take the templates that are there and that are customized and then be able to save that. So you could actually, when you make a new webinar, you would actually pull that in.
So the answer's like I said, yes for webinars within an event, but not for webinars that are done in your Zoom web portal. Now, I believe you could create the template for the webinar. I hope, I'll have to test this. Does the production studio travel with the webinar template?
Interesting. And that might be, again, a logical thing why maybe they put it in branding.
Yeah.
Because branding would go between webinars if you choose a template.
Yeah.
Yeah. And while Ray's looking, hi, Jason. How was your week? And tell us about 24H2 for our Windows fans out there. And how much in love you are with Microsoft.
Oh, so answer to question number one, good and busy. Answer to question number two, the infamous unmuting microphone. The problem still exists. There is no solid solution as of yet. The number of agitated users, I was going to use a different word, but I self-filtered since we're broadcasting. Agitated users is increasing. Many of the blogs are now talking class action lawsuit. So that's the level of agitation that people are at. What was your third question? Am I ready to buy a Mac? Was that it?
Getting close. Are you telling them that Zoom doesn't work on Windows anymore?
It works, but kind of to what Lois was saying earlier, the problems that this enhancement, this update is creating. So problems like, as a host of a meeting, suddenly my attendees are randomly unmuting. And they don't know that they've unmuted. They haven't physically pushed a button or anything like that. They just randomly unmute. So as a host, I'm having to go through and manage that. Okay. Then people that are doing multiple inputs through the audio channel. So let's say you're playing guitar and you're singing. So you've got those two inputs in there. Because of this vocal focus and audio enhancements that are included in this update, that functionality is no longer talking to Zoom. So the ducking feature that's in Zoom gets totally out of whack. And so the workaround through there is you have to go into the operating system, turn off stuff while you're in a Zoom meeting. And you go in the operating system, you turn off stuff. Zoom says, hey, wait a minute, there's a problem. We're no longer able to connect to your mic. And then in that Zoom dialog box, you go through and you reconnect to the microphone now that you told the operating system to quit screwing around with your signal. And now that works. So there's all these workarounds, but it's way more difficult than it needs to be. So I don't remember what your third question is, but I think the answer is it's time to buy a Mac. and I've got other machines that I did not update to 24H2. They're still on 23H2. I'm going to keep them on 23H2 as long as possible until I figure out a solution to this audio problem. So I've been drinking a lot more this week, if that was one of your questions.
That was a semi question, and it was related to how much do you love Microsoft? And I'm thinking, so
yes, so that was your third question. The answer is I'm drinking a lot more.
that's right. The political answer is I have to deal with Microsoft every day and no comment. I got it.
And
Go ahead,
they're
Robert.
silent
Oh,
on the
okay.
issue. If there are any Microsoft folks that are out there, okay, you know this issue exists. You've known that this issue has existed, and you all are silent on the issue, and it is agitating your users. Please engage. Thank you. Off soapbox.
Off soapbox. Robert, go ahead.
Okay, just changing subjects, Ray. I made a template of my previous webinar, saved it, and then scheduled a new webinar using that template. And the templates for Production Studio didn't come across, so they are.
Yeah, I just did the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't come across. Okay, Jason, can I just come back to you a second, please? Because after 2 weeks ago, when we talked about this microphone opening issue on Windows, I spoke with a whole group. I mean, a lot of people, and there were two groups. One was the corporate accounts, which have a different update schedule and slightly different configured or built apps,
Right.
and they're not experiencing it at all.
Although they have 24H2.
Yes.
Okay.
And I also
and that
spoke
may
to a
be
lot of-
related to Copilot. So I'll put a pin in that. Okay. And then you
Okay.
also spoke to?
And I also spoke to a lot of interpreters who have got the same update, but don't have Copilot at all. I'll just jump the gun on that one. And they're not seeing that issue at all. So there's I think you should be looking in that area.
In
I
that
don't know
Copilot.
I don't know if it's something to do with the educational version or any other version that you may have access to, but those two worlds are not experiencing it at all.
I appreciate that input. I had suspected Copilot because the two published enhancements in the documentation were, one, we've introduced a lot more Copilot and its tentacles went in further and deeper. I'm paraphrasing the official documentation, but that's the gist of it. Two, we've taken the audio enhancements from Microsoft Studio, which was previously only available on Surface platforms, and we've rolled it out to Windows 11. Okay, so both of those are major coding changes, right? You've got one that's changing the way that the audio is being processed. Okay, that's a red flag. But then two, what's Copilot doing? Copilot's trying to learn, because it's still in development. And what an advantage to keep a microphone open and have Copilot listening and learning times 100 million users the world wide over. And there's no documentation that says that's what's going on. I'm just saying, I wonder, I suspected. So thank you for that input, because now that's guiding me more over to Copilot. And if I go in through my admin console and start turning off Copilot features until I find the magic one, that's my next plan of attack.
Jason, just so you get the context, this was one of the big five, and they sent this as question right through the IT system onto the central office to check, and zero reports. So it's not, and they don't have any
Copilot
AI open on their systems.
In my government clients and in my large enterprise clients, they have not even turned off. They are not receiving Copilot stuff. They're like, nope, we don't want it. Don't send it our way. Right? They've taken that stance to it. So, yeah, thanks, Robert. That's going to give me a plan of attack next week. Thank you.
Frank, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Jason, is this documented anywhere? Like if I go to the Zoom community or somewhere, will I see any threads or posts about this?
You will. Let me see if I can guide you in the right direction, because there were a couple of conversations that I was listening to in Zoom. I did also submit an official ticket, hey, just a heads up, this is going on. You might see users complaining about these three things, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let me do a little digging around because I just saw that
Sure.
email, and then I'll drop the links in there. But if you go into the community and keyword search 24H2, so that's one block of alpha text. The numbers 2, 4, the letter H, and then the number 2 as one block of text. Those three that I've been following pop up on the top, and they document what users have been experiencing, the different configurations that they have, which all are using Windows, the different configuration, and they're all using USB mics, the different configurations being the brand of computer, what additional audio enhancement software that the manufacturer threw on the device, and the brand of headset. But the drivers that they're using so far seem to be the same, or mostly the same, with maybe one exception.
Is it the Realtek drivers?
Realtek is one of the ones, and then the other one, and the one that I counted up in use the most is it's published by Microsoft. It's called USB Audio Generic Device, and the publication date is January 2025. Because that was included in this enhancement and update.
So one thing I'll suggest is your ticket number. Don't be afraid to share it with people who have the same issue, because they can quote your ticket number when they open their own ticket, and it'll get you more traction. Because some people aren't good at describing technical problems very well. And if they can see that, there's more tickets related to this and one of them has a good explanation, that'll help push it forward.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. And
It's
and
an easy
Adam-
way of it being thumbed up in the category of them going up in the priority list. Jason, think of it that way.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, good stuff. And I don't know what Zoom can do about it, since this is at the operating system level, right? I mean, the disagreement is how the driver.
They can. I mean, Zoom and other high-tech companies have teams that talk to Microsoft and have meetings with Microsoft, and they have, like, I wouldn't say joint committees, but they have teams who meet regularly to discuss issues. So that doesn't mean Zoom or Microsoft will be willing to fix it, but it's not like Zoom can't talk to them about it and say, hey, we're seeing a lot of people complain about the same thing, and we think it's this part of your source code or whatever, right? Like, that could happen theoretically, because if it's really detrimental to Zoom's core business, they're going to talk to Microsoft.
Yeah.
If all of Zoom's clients are having this problem, like if millions of people use that version of Windows and it's screwing with everyone's Zoom meeting, Zoom's going to want Microsoft to fix it, right? Because Zoom takes the heat for all of this stuff. Like, most users, I can't tell you how many complaints I've seen from people who are mad at Zoom when really it's the operating system.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I see in the forums, and when I see it in these threads, I'm responding to people, and I'm like, no, you need to direct your focus over this way. So, yeah, let me pull these emails out of the recycle bin, and I'll find the links and drop them into chat.
Yeah, good luck.
Perfect, Jason. And the one thing I did want to mention to you, which you probably already know, but I just want to say it to you if you didn't know, and to the YouTube audience, there is a flag that you can run on Windows to actually disable all Copilot capabilities. Jason, I'm going to assume you tried that. If not, let me know, and I can actually get you that flag. And that's a flag, I think, that ends up writing to the registry, and then of course you have to reboot. But it's not that you're getting rid of Copilot, you're just disabling Copilot, right? So it's basically, and I learned this actually from one YouTube influencer, Titus Tech Tips, I believe is his name. And he actually has a actual way that you could actually do it within his actual little piece of PowerShell software that he's written that's on GitHub. that
Oh,
will
I would
actually
be
go in.
interested in that.
Yeah. And basically, it allows you then to go in and actually tweak Windows to remove all kinds of different things, including he's got a flag in there that he learned on how to disable Copilot.
Because you can't roll back 24H2.
Right. That's right. And what you basically would have to do is you'd have to update to the latest patch of the 24H2. Then you can run his. You may have to keep running it because Windows, as they upgrade, as they do their cumulative update, you may have to rerun it again to make sure that it's still disabled or be able to check that it's still disabled, especially if it starts reeking its head back out again. That no, Copilot must be enabled. No, it must be disabled. Listen to me, right?
They're notorious for that stuff because in the telematics, they're always transmitting back to the mothership.
Right. Yeah. So, and Ron actually made some comments that I know that we're talking about in chat, but I'll just find that. And if anybody wants to speak while I'm finding this link for Jason, by all means, go right ahead.
Crickets.
Yeah,
Crickets.
I'm jotting notes down.
Sorry. And I'm finding links for Jason, which I will now put in our, this is the tool that I've been speaking about, and it is Chris Titus Tech. And follow his YouTube channel if you do like this, of course. And he has this available on his GitHub repository.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely a go-to script that I use, and I have my IT team actually use on our PCs before we actually implement them. If we want certain things enabled and disabled, this will actually install software. It does a lot of different things, but one of it is in the tweak section. Jason is what you're looking for, and that does some registry hacks and such. And basically, he initially called it a deep bloat tool, but now he's actually called it a Windows tool.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. See, that's worth the price of the kitchen right there. The price of admission.
Yeah. And on that webpage too, you'll see actually a video, and he'll actually walk you through it. It is a bit old, the video. There have been newer updates of the software since the video was made, but again, you'll get the gist of the way that you would utilize the software. And it's using a lot of it is all open source based stuff. So it's using Winget, which is again a Windows utility made by Microsoft. And this is how I knew before joining today that there was a new version of Zoom, because I actually have a little Winget script that I'm running every time before I start the Zoom Test Kitchen to see if there is any updates on my studio PC before I join. And long and behold, Zoom updated today. And I was able to have it updated before I joined. So Ron's comments. Ron was asking us, I got this from Zoom today in answer to whether or not I could do breakouts in a sessions webinar. That was PPA. To clarify, webinar breakout rooms are available under Zoom Sessions PPA, but with some limitations. Again, this is all Ron speaking in YouTube. And with Zoom Sessions Unlimited, you have the flexibility to create premium webinars with the Zoom Sessions platform. I think that's him just making comments to when we were speaking about that. And actually John, hello John from UK, was asking him, and he said, Ron, I have Sessions 1000, which John does actually have a Sessions 1000s license now, and I'm sure I've seen breakouts capable. And Ron replied back to John saying, as well as the option to set up standard webinars through the Zoom portal, this means you can create webinar breakout rooms using both platforms. However, he says, with Zoom Sessions PPA, you are limited to creating premium webinars and webinar breakout rooms only within the Zoom Sessions platform, the standard webinar option. With the Zoom portal, it is not available with this plan. Does this mean yes? can I do breakouts with my PPA sessions license or not?
Not in your web portal created webinars, only in a Zoom session webinar.
There you go, Ray. Or there
But
you go.
breakouts are
Ray.
still available in meetings, yes?
Yes. Breakouts and meetings are unaffected.
Okay.
So is this something new, Ray, that I did not see today that came out within the last few days?
No, it's been out for a while. You've
Okay.
been able to do breakout rooms in Zoom events, webinars for, I don't know how long, but months.
So this is something that Ron just hasn't seen yet or didn't realize he had the capability of?
I don't know what Ron realized.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Robert.
I was just going to say, do I understand correctly? We're talking about a situation where someone has a Zoom meeting license plus a session license and is opening a webinar. We're not talking about the situation where someone has bought an additional webinar license and he's opening it that way using production studio or whatever it is associated with the sessions, because I think that the two different cases there.
Yeah, Ron actually did give us more feedback now that he knows what we were speaking about it. He says, which would be yes to my question, but what is the premium webinar stuff? No, it's a license issue and the Zoom doc says you can't.
All right. Again, we're back to terminology, and it gets really confusing. And the language that you read earlier was like confusing to me, and I understand most of the Zoom terminology. It just premium. Where does the word premium come in? We don't use the word premium anywhere. There's meetings that you can schedule through the web portal or some kind of other mechanism. You have to have a Zoom webinars license to create a webinar if you do not have a Zoom events license subscription. If you have a Zoom events subscription license at the 500 level, you have webinar 500 automatically available to you. If you get a Zoom sessions license that's PPA or a Zoom events license that's PPA, you can only create webinars in those two licenses unless you also have a webinar license that's attached that is just for standalone webinars. But if you have them, it's a good thing.
All right. And Ron did follow up and he says that was text from Zoom, that whole thing.
Yeah, I get it. There's what can you do when you're talking to those guys? They're quoting something that somebody else wrote before them.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I was going to add on to what he said. I really have seen a shift in Zoom's documentation in the last 8, 9 months, and I suspect a lot of it's being written by AI. It's just not as accurate as it used to be. So you may be reading something that's not correct even though it's from Zoom, it may not be completely accurate.
Well, and I would go so far as to say Zoom has products for customer service representatives that will write things for them using AI. And I see that stuff. I mean, I don't know who talks or writes like customer service people typically do. I know. Thank you for sending us your question. We will take all the time necessary to properly answer your question. New paragraph. I'm going to confer with my partner. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. Just give me the basic facts and tell me what I need to do. Tell me what your recommendations are and point me to documents. And I read through the fluff just to get to the meat.
Right.
I don't know who's impressed by the way they write these things, but someone ought to teach AI how to communicate being nice, but without being, 3 feet deep in, honey and syrup.
I really place a lot of critical emphasis on documentation being accurate um, in relation to my trust of a company and their products. It's a very important form of support. If the documentation's not accurate, it makes the product less useful to me. And that's why I'm really upset recently that release notes come out and the documentation pages aren't released concurrently with them. So they tell you there's a new feature or a new ability, then you go on the Zoom knowledge base and there's no supporting documentation to read about how to implement it or use it, because a lot of times the release notes are vague enough that you wonder if they mean X or Y. So then I run to the knowledge base to see what are they actually saying here, and there's no supporting documentation. Frustrating as can be, especially when I'm in a position, and I'm sure many are, where you're sort of looked at as a person who should be the knowledge giver to your peer group or your clients or whoever, and you don't even know with certainty what Zoom's saying.
Right, right. And Frank, I think for me, it's probably, I don't want to blame the developers, but back in my day when we were writing, you know, software for FAA systems, the coders understood good documentation and they would write that documentation, which then a documentation person would collect and put together in the documents for the FAA. And they reviewed them and all that stuff.
Good documentation is expensive to the
I think
company.
the developers know what's working, but the developers are given, this much space.
Yep.
Just tell the documentation people kind of what it's all about and give them the gist of it, and then they go back and use that to backfill the other documentation. I'd agree with you that the level of detail in the new documentation just isn't there.
Ray, are you finding better answers in the community or from Zoom documentation as of today?
Is that fair, Jason, to ask that question to Ray first off? But
well, I did say as of today.
I'll answer it. I'm not afraid to answer that question.
Go ahead, Ray. Ray first, and we'll go to Frank. Oh, you want Frank to go first?
My quick answer is I don't really trust either one of them. I do trust Perplexity to go out there and get me the sources, put it together, and let me click each of those individually. I can't do a web search anymore because I get nothing but junk, and advertisements and all, that kind of related stuff. But Perplexity does a good job of giving me the answer. I know enough. Not everybody knows the same things that we all know, but I know enough in some cases to go, I don't think that's really right. And when I need to go look at the sources and go, oh, you're pulling from documentation from 3 years ago, that's where you're getting these answers. That's the problem in the Zoom community, is there are a lot of really good answers in there from 3 years ago that don't apply today.
Got it. Spot on. Yeah.
Frank, your thoughts?
There are some really intelligent, thoughtful people in the Zoom community. There's a lot of misinformation in the Zoom community, and if you're not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to sift through it, you can get misled quite easily. I also think that in the Zoom community, everybody, not everybody, but generally speaking, many people have their point of reference, which is their particular license. And they may not be aware that you're using a different kind of license, or if you're on enterprise or education or government or healthcare or whatever, or the back end in their institution or their situation is configured differently than your back end is configured. And they're so certain that they're correct, but they're not taking into account that things can be different across different situations. So there are some really intelligent, helpful people, but I rely more on the Zoom knowledge base, and the knowledge base, when it's not quite up to snuff, is why I get very unhappy, because that's where I go as the source of truth. And if the documentation from Zoom can't be relied on, then you're in no man's land or whatever you want to say.
Yeah, and Ron was actually just I asked Ron if we actually addressed his concerns, and he actually said he's actually saying, guess what? Zoom has updated their doc from what led me to ask Zoom my question. Updated January 30th, 2025. So there you go.
Yep. And I guess I'll say one of the things I really do like about the Zoom community is that there are people who have a very specific instance of something who will deep dive and find an answer. And those are the little jewels in the Zoom community. Hey, I've got a Chromebook and I was having trouble doing this thing, and now I found a way and it'll work. The Zoom documents should cover all of the bases, to the extent that they can, but some of those little special use cases in the Zoom community, that they're good. The other thing I'd have to say is now compared to 2 or 3 years ago when I first got started in the Zoom community, I think the level of the questions has changed. There's a lot more sort of snarky comments that aren't even a question at all. They're just there to complain. And there are other things where they have this question, but then they wrap other stuff around it. It's hard to tell. It's hard to just pick out the question and answer the question.
I'd
So
agree with that.
I answer far less now than I used to 2 years ago, just because I can only find certain ones that I can mentally deal with.
People are really bad at asking for help. I if I'm going to help you and you haven't told me your operating system or anything about like it going to the doctor and saying it hurts and that's all you tell them, like now I have to pull teeth and ask all these questions. Like you should be posting as much relevant information as possible at the outset so that I can analyze the situation. If I have to beg you to let me help you, I'm less inclined to want to help you. And a lot of times I find I really want to ask, what have you done so far to resolve this issue? Have you gone to the Zoom knowledge base and read anything about this? It's almost like you're too lazy to go and read anything. You want me to distill it for you.
Well,
And it's readily,
they don't know, Franklin.
I know, but it's, it's readily available information. And it just seems like quite often people just don't want to do their
Well,
own
because
legwork anymore.
they're being conditioned for that. I mean, you nailed it right on the head, Frank. People want someone else to tell them what the answer is. Why do you think AI is a multi-billion-dollar industry? I just want to grab my phone and say, "Hey, what's the answer?" Beep. Oh, okay, great, thank you.
42.
Yeah, 42.
Yeah, 42. Exactly.
Frank,
So-
I'm sure you saw and you've read and you've seen the wooden nutcracker. There's a phrase in there that in that play that says, or in that story that says, not everyone was born to understand what they see and hear. End quote. But having said that, going back to the community seems to be more of a venting place than anything else at the moment, where people go out in frustration or rage or sometimes desperation to try and get something fixed quick. Now they're in a fix, and I don't see them being able to, in that state of mind, put in a structure of what I'm doing, where I am, what my operating system is, etc.
Well, this is one place I think where AI could really help. If AI would look at a post before it goes live and then pops up and says, hey, it looks like you're asking about something that might be specific to your computer and operating system, give them a couple of pull down menus. Just check these boxes and tell us more about your system. They don't have to write anything. I mean, that would be great. I would answer 3 times as many questions if we had that.
That's a great idea because those drop downs already exist when you put in a support ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be basically, as you just said, Jason, bringing the support ticket one level out to at least fill that different information out. And then, okay, now that you answered all this and you're still not happy? Okay, now I've got all this information. Now go open a support ticket if my license allows me to, of course.
Yeah.
If we're not a free license. Okay.
I mean, before you can post to the community, you have to sign in. It has to know who you are. So then take that functionality from the support ticket that says, what's your operating system? What Zoom client are you using? Yada, yada, yada. Put that over on part of the authentication process before you post or submit. I forget what the button is called in Zoom in the community. But yeah, stick it there. And that would be efficient.
Absolutely.
Can I ask one last question about Production Studio while Ray's on here? And I'm just wondering if this is going to solve a problem that I have or not. And the reason why I've been asking these other questions about documentation in the community. I was doing a meeting last week, had a couple hundred people on there, and I get the couple of chats coming in. Hey, I don't see the slides. I just see your webcams. And then I'd say, okay, well, go up to the top of your screen, almost like you're taking your mouse, and driving it off the top of your screen, and you'll see two tabs. One that says My Meeting, one that says, the name of the shared screen. Make sure you click on that tab, and then you'll be able to see the slides. Okay, well, that took care of most of those comments that came in. But then I had one user who's like, okay, well, I'm on an iPad. I'm on an iPad. I don't see those tabs. And I thought, I don't know. So, maybe swipe this way, swipe that way. It didn't seem to work, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, well, obviously we're in meeting right now. Here's what I'll do. I'll research it. I'll follow up with you after the meeting so that you're ready for next week. So I spent 3 hours looking through Zoom documentation and Zoom community only to not find a solid answer, right? What it came down to was like, gosh darn it, I'm going to have to get an iPad and test it myself to come up with an answer after 3 hours. So my question, getting back to Production Studio, if I use Production Studio and in my layout I've got 2 talking heads and slides, and I push that out there, is that showing up in what is essentially the webcam feed of the attendee's device when they look at it?
No, it's like a screen share.
Okay, so
And-
it's same functionality, but now you're
it's
putting in a
worse.
layout.
And it's one of the reasons that Production Studio is only in a webinar, because it pushes that out to all of the attendees as the only video they see. So there are no other cameras, there are no spotlights or anything. The only difference is, and I have to do this every time, because you have to tell your panelists, you don't see what the attendees see. Don't be chatting with me during the meeting going, I don't see the Production Studio output. It's the first picture in your film strip of pictures, and it's this big. It's that big, and you can't see it. Don't worry about it. I have a computer over here where I am logged in as an attendee, and I know what they see. Don't worry about it. But yes, they just get a full screen view of whatever it is you're sending out.
So it might solve that, it might solve that problem for the person on the iPad that said, I don't see your talking heads and the slides at the same time.
Correct. You have control over that in Production Studio.
Okay. I'm kind of, so I have a webinar license, but in this particular case, we're using meetings because it's a class. So there's that two-way interaction. We'll call on an attendee and they report out what their findings were. And then we say, thank you. And then we, bring up somebody else from another group, right? So it's that kind of format. And what I'm doing, because it's a couple of hundred people, and it has a breakout, by the way. So because it has a couple of hundred people, I start off in focus mode, which from other participants that come in, they can't click around and see what other people are doing, eating at their table or, that kind of stuff. They just focus on whomever I spotlight. So I spotlight instructor 1, instructor 2. I share the screen and I pick the PowerPoint slides. And then I go over and I set it to side-by-side mode, speaker. And I instruct the audience members when we start up, hi, welcome, blah, blah, blah. You might find this useful. Go over here, click there, view, side-by-side mode. I put that graphic up on the screen, yada, yada, yada. And then there's wallpaper behind it. So I kind of sort of get the look of Production Studio that way, right?
Yeah.
And I limit where other folks can click around, and so that they stay focused on whatever it is we're trying to teach, present. Okay, I'll try that with Production Studio and see if that kind of solves that problem, because in webinar it's easy. You've got a setting over there where you choose what attendees see, but that little box isn't available in meetings.
Right. Now, Ray, correct me if I'm wrong too. You could always be a webinar in the beginning and then turn it into a meeting as you go along.
You can't live while you're in the webinar turn the webinar into a meeting. Before you actually have your webinar, you can convert it to a meeting in the webinar, the web interface, but you can't actually change that to a meeting. What you can do, if you have the Zoom Events license, is you can have a breakout session. And you can say, okay, we're going to have a discussion time now, create one breakout room and send everybody in there.
Okay, and then they would have webcam and audio, even though it's a breakout session in a webinar.
It's a breakout room. It's like a breakout room in a meeting. A breakout room's a breakout room, and it'll be fine. Yeah.
And then when I bring them all back into the main room and call on a group to report out, then I forget what the button's called, but I enable their audio, pass the microphone over to them, whatever that button's called.
You can do that. The other thing you can do is you can take a leader. I like to do this, is take the leader of the group who's going to speak, and I like to promote them to panelists and allow them to turn their camera on.
That's a good one, because I already set up group leaders. So, okay.
And I'd actually, like if you're going to do it in Production Studio, I'd even bring them all into backstage, while the transition is happening from breakout room to back into the webinar, and just start popping them into backstage. Have someone host out front going, yeah, we're going to get back together here in a minute or two. Someone backstage, just tell them, okay, everybody get your camera on, get your mic on, push them to on stage, and then let the host highlight that person into Production Studio as they need them.
And also too, depending on how far you want to go with this, Jason, too, you could also go into, if you make it using the hub, again, of course, now you got the lobby where you could actually have somebody in the lobby making sure that they guide people around as well.
Yeah, if you're doing it in events, right? Because that's the only place where you get a lobby.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Jason,
Again, it depends on
I
how
was-
sophisticated your meeting / is, right? Go ahead, Robert.
Jason, I do some similar things to you. One is a very big meeting, and I have the same sort of questions. I can only see the speaker. I can't see the if it's not an iPad, my default request is to log out of the meeting, restart your computer, and log back in. And they always, and I'll say always, which I rarely do, but they always come back and say, thank you, that worked. With an iPad, I don't know what it is with the swiping, but it's either one direction or the other, and I seem to get it wrong, whichever direction it is. But with the webinars, that suggestion I also use, and it works well, is to promote the attendees to panelists beforehand, when you know that you want them to speak and you know who they are, because you're in a safe environment, and bring them up, and that works really well. And it's I wouldn't say it's quick, but we're talking about 5 seconds, 6 seconds. So you need to do it. You need to be aware of what you want to do before you actually do it, because otherwise you sit there waiting for someone to come up and you don't know who's going to come up. So that's pretty scary. The other one thing I would play with Production Studio, and a lot of us in office hours have played with it a lot, because keep in mind that whatever you're doing locally. You're pulling down everything and then you're pushing it back.
Hmm.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind, because what we found is that in different internet access conditions, different computers, different loads really affect the switching time. And you can get pretty anxious about the switching time, because what you see on your screen is not necessarily what others see, because there is that time
There
of
is that
conversion,
lag.
Jen.
And I do on all my gigs, I set up a confidence monitor, set to attendee mode.
So do I.
Now
Yeah.
it's hanging off of, one of my internet access. Typically what we do is we're running two networks at the same time, right? One that's responsible for pushing traffic up, the host machines, the content sharing machines, and then the confidence monitor will be on a secondary network, and that's looking at what the attendee would see. And we do it that way, one, to balance out the bandwidth, but then also two, then we don't run into that particular issue where my confidence monitor picked up something quick. Yeah, because we've got lightning speed running through.
And they have done a good job. They've had two separate releases over the last 6 or 8 months where they've cut down that black screen in between full screens. And the last time I used Production Studio, I don't remember seeing that issue once. I'm not saying it wasn't there, but this was just earlier in February. So I think it's a lot better.
Yeah. And Jason, my logic behind using Production Studio is that, think of it this way: you've now, in your Production Studio client locally, have now told their servers what to do. So now that command has to be sent from you to the servers. Then the servers actually do what you told it to do.
And
Oh,
that's
not
why I
true.
really like that, right? Because otherwise I'm doing it externally in my hardware here. I'm pushing it out through my feed, but then there's still the chance for operator error on the attendee side to swipe the wrong way or choose the wrong view, or that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm liking this solution.
So Mike, when you say you're telling the server what to do, in what context are you talking about that? Production
Oh.
Studio?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, in Production Studio, where you're actually got Production Studio on the local client, once you've told it to go from scene to scene, that command now has to be sent from the client up to Zoom servers, and then actually generate that new scene, right?
Your computer generates the outgoing video. Your computer generates the outgoing frames. Zoom receives those frames and sends them to everybody. All of that composition is done on your machine.
Including the layout?
But yes, sir. That's the reason you have to have Production Studio running on the host machine, because you tell it, I want this person there, push to live. It was a 9 up. Now we've got 2 people. All of that's done on your machine, and it composes that on the fly and sends those video frames out from your computer.
So are those commands being compiled in an executable file on the local machine, or is it code that's sent up to the cloud server and Zoom software as a service drops it into the layout?
It's right here on your machine. That's why there's the big warning when you go into Production Studio. You make sure you have a machine that can do this,
because it's going to be installing more goodies on your hard drive. And
no, it's not.
It comes with a package.
Okay.
It comes with the Zoom install. The Zoom install doesn't have any optional components.
Okay.
It installs Production Studio on Windows and Mac and maybe Linux, but it installs it. But the only time it activates it is if it knows that you have a Production Studio scene set attached to the session that you're in. That's what Robert discovered, is that, I have to actually create the scenes, and now I can see it up there. And from there, it does all of the magic right there on your computer.
But having said that, you can make someone else, a co-host, responsible for Production Studio. He can take over the production of the event. And that's really critical, because if you see yourself getting overloaded or something going wrong, you can pass that on to someone else or pass it on to a different machine that you're also operating. Yeah. So that's critical. What we saw in tests, for example, is when we had someone operating production studio in Australia and we were running the event in the States and I was here watching in Europe, those distances start to make
I
to
bet.
make some sort of effect. Yeah, that there is a time. There's a I mean, light also requires time to get to wherever it's going. So you get to feel that. So if you're doing it within a framework of your office, I would say, and the reason we chose Australia is because we wanted someone outside of the network that was producing the event. So the backup was outside. Yeah? So if you're doing something that's really critical, then you need to find someone who is on different infrastructure so that you can get that redundancy.
Yeah, we do stuff like that, and it will even specify the data centers. Going through the Zoom panel and specify what data we want to route traffic through or block traffic from.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We,
Yeah, go
we,
ahead,
we,
Robert.
we sort of got involved and dived into a rabbit hole here, and Frank was going to say something, and he had his hand up, and he gave up because he just couldn't cope with us
It's just
typing through that.
I was intrigued with your problem with about the person with the iPad, um, especially if it's a meeting, because a webinar is a little different. But do you ever set up the situation on your Zoom license where you require a minimum version?
Yes.
All right, because at least then, if you know that everyone has to be on 6.3 or 6 point whatever, that will eliminate some hardware because it won't be able to be run, whatever, let's say if it can't run Zoom 6.3, that's gone. That's out of the way. And if it can run it, then at least you know how Zoom, that particular version of Zoom should operate on an iPad.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
Well,
if
you would
every,
think, right? And that was the path that I went down last week. So I was like, okay, let me first make sure that I don't have version 5 point something enabled somewhere in the minimums, right? And there were like 8 or 12 different devices to go through and pick, including SDKs and different stuff like that. Okay, so we went through there with a fine tooth comb, brought everything to a minimum standard. And then which was before last week's meeting, a few days before or whatever. So then what happened? People tried to get into the meeting and it said, hey, you're out of date, need to update. Okay, so then they update. But then to Robert's point earlier, they may have hit update. They may have been allowed to join the meeting thinking that they have now joined the meeting with an updated client. They find they have problems. You tell them to reboot and the install completes. They come back into the meeting and now the functionality actually work. So there is that little hiccup, have you updated? Well, you were able to pass go, you were able to come in the meeting, but what's really happening is it's waiting for that meeting to end to apply and install that
oh,
that
really?
update.
Because I just forced 30,000 people to meet a new minimum version last week. And the way it works where I am is if you don't meet the minimum requirement, you don't get into the meeting. It tells you you're going to have to update Zoom and you can't get into the meeting until you meet the requirement.
Oh, I need to dig deep and check into that.
Yeah, I
Because
can.
they hit the update button and then they think they've updated, but
Yeah, check your
you know,
settings. The way it happens for us is exactly what I said, which is you click on the Zoom link, you start to get sent to the meeting. The meeting intercepts you and says, "Oh, you don't meet the minimum requirement. Please update Zoom." You don't get in until you do that.
yeah,
Yeah,
so similar, they hit the update button, then they're able to get into the meeting. So I
No,
need to
no,
check
not
if
no,
for
there's
us.
something
no,
in. Okay.
no, no.
The
Yeah,
server, the Zoom server queries the device and says, "Oh, sorry, I'm the bouncer. You don't have you're not old enough to be in this
Patch hasn't been
establishment."
applied yet.
Yeah, yeah. So
Hmm.
go do what you got to do because you're not getting in until you do it.
Does it prompt them to restart it or anything like that? Does it force a reboot?
Um, no, I don't think I haven't seen that ever happen, but you definitely have to update the client, and the client will relaunch. with the new version installed. But I've never heard of anyone having to reboot their computer. Maybe it's possible, but I haven't seen that.
Jason, yeah, Jason, if you're dealing with Windows people, it will depend on what user they are. Do I
Yeah,
understand?
right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, now we're
That's a
talking-
good point.
Are they
Now
an
we're talking
admin of the
Active
box?
Directory.
If they're not
Active
the if they're not the
Directory is all here.
administrator of their own device or logged in as an
Right.
admin account, that might play a factor.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that, you know, again, if you're only at a maximum, and again, I'm going to throw my Windows admin hat on here for a few seconds. So we've got, by default, if you use the default profiles, the default groups, you have power user, you have user, power user, and administrator, right?
Right.
Those are the basic ones. Now, if I'm a user, no. If I'm a power user, maybe.
Right.
An administrator, yes.
Right. And that's
Now,
that's the
again-
user access control UAC in Windows.
Right. Now, taking that into consideration, if I'm a user,
Yeah.
I have to reboot. If I'm a power user, I should reboot depending on the credential that I've been given to install software or not.
Yes.
Right.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And administrator, in theory, is should write because again, where certain files are getting put on the Windows operating system is within the Windows folder, which means you need God access to be writing things in there.
Right. Right.
So-
yeah. Nope. I follow that.
But
Yeah.
they could join from a browser session if they can't update the client on the device. But we have around 25, 30,000 Zoom meetings a month with people from all over the world who aren't part of our organization. And I don't think I've ever had a ticket that said my friend in, wherever, Lithuania couldn't join my meeting. I don't recall that complaint ever happening. I have had people who their office computer, they are not the administrator of their own office computer. The central IT department takes care of that, but we always get them to do the updates concurrent when we do that. We give them an advanced warning, and they use the MSI installer to bring everything up to date.
Getting quickly back to the Wingate script that I was talking about through Chris Titus Tech,
Mhm.
all those installs are MSIs.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
That makes
So you're-
sense.
Jason, my concept, my suggestion to the users to restart their computers also gives me the confidence that they have nothing else running at the time.
Right.
That's the thing you can't check and you never know. yeah?
You never
How
know.
many hundreds of different apps
Are
or-
open and
Yeah.
telepathy is going on and all our telemetry is going on and all that. Yeah, absolutely.
and the worst case, of course, is if someone's jumped out of a Teams meeting into a Zoom meeting and some of the resources are still being held back. That's the disaster. So I hate to say this, but that typical, and all of us know it. Have you tried switching it off and on again?
That's
It's
right.
sometimes the best option.
Sometimes the best option. I'll send a note out to the end user. Reflect, repent, reboot.
Yeah, and then they press the button on their monitor.
Oh no.
That's
I
the
did
best,
reboot.
right? That's the best, right? Now that'll only work for the people on YouTube. That'll only work if it's an all-in-one unit that the monitor is the true power button. But 9 times out of 10, not so much. So
A
that's
lot of computers now, though, when you tell the computer to reboot, it's not truly powering down.
That's
Depends how
very,
it's set
very
up.
true. That's right. That is right. Yeah, you might have a hibernation issue. You might have a standby issue. You might have a insert here, whatever, depending on the manufacturer. You're right. Frank.
That's when
100%.
you ask the person to check the plug and see if there's any dust bunnies on it. So they have to pull it out of the wall and then plug it back in.
That's even funnier. I like that one. Or that power bar down at the bottom. Have you dusted off the power switch lately? Oh, am I supposed to? Yes. Yeah.
You see any
Microsoft-
writing on the prongs on the outlet?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Pull the prongs out of the wall and tell me, are they brown? How brown are they? Has there been any arcing going on?
Yeah. And if you're still typing to me, you haven't unplugged the right one.
Yeah.
That matter. That gets even worse. So I'm going to give a little love to Linux right now because I did do something purposely this week. I actually went to a trade show that was strictly webinar based using Zoom, and it was 16 webinars in total. Zoom Linux Mint handled it without any issues, and I used a really, really old PC.
I've heard good things about Mint.
Yes. So again, I know we're bashing Microsoft with Windows right now, but yes, Linux Mint. Yes, I did put 32 gig of RAM in it because again, it's a really old machine, so RAM is really cheap for it. But the processor on it was a 3rd gen i3.
Wow.
So if you understand the Intel, it is a dinosaur, and it did peachy keen.
Mike, did you have any breakout room sessions during that?
I did not. No, they did not get that.
That's where Linux usually, that Zoom on Linux usually fails, is on the breakouts. I have a lot of issues with, sorry, I wouldn't say a lot of issues. I have issues with individuals who use Linux when we move people to breakout rooms.
And that's usually as a regular meeting, correct?
As a regular meeting, and to be, I don't want to sound prejudiced here, but the issues are usually associated with the user being the wife of an IT guy.
No, understood.
We see a consistent pattern in this. Yeah.
Understood that there might be, I know the wife might be safe on a Linux machine. She won't break anything. Yes, I understand that.
I'm done with this machine. Let me give it to her.
That's number 2. Yes. But again, easily this machine that I was using purposely for 3 days straight. So there was 8, basically 5 to 6 seminars per day, and in and out all the time. Yes, Ray, should they have been using the events platform? 100% they should have. But they decided to make every single 16 webinar an individual webinar, not even a Zoom sessions or Zoom events webinar, just regular, good old vanilla Zoom webinars. But it was functional. It was okay. The experience on Linux Mint was fine. The one thing that I did run that was weird, and I don't know if it was Linux based or host based, was that for some reason to me it felt way too much like the way that the host configured the webinar to be, because for some reason I was able to show up as a panelist in the webinar, which didn't make any sense to me. Because maybe he made it as a meeting that turned into a webinar, or maybe he did a focus mode webinar, but it did say webinar when I was logging in, which leads me to another question, and I'll bring that up.
Or he sent you a panelist link. Panelists get unique URLs than attendees do in a webinar.
That the skill level was mixed by this person. So
and if you've got your Excel sheet with a lot of links in there, it's very easy for operator error to grab a link and copy it, paste it in an email and send it. It's like, oh crap, I just sent him a panelist link. Well, I'll fix it when he comes in the door, because you can always demote somebody. But yeah, I've been there. Let me just kind of bring us back. Where I've really appreciated this conversation ties all the way back into what Lois was saying early on. As a production host, I have a client that comes to me and says, hey, I want to do an online class from people all over the world. I want there to be interaction, because otherwise I would just post a YouTube video and have them watch that and make comments in the YouTube. But I want there to be interaction. So Jason put together this environment for us where we have that. We'd love to do breakout groups with small group leaders, yada, yada, yada. Okay, Zoom meetings, great, right? But then to Lois's point, the expectation of the attendees is that they should just show up and see what they need to see on their screen, and then interaction should be simple. Unmute, turn on camera, enter in a chat, use the Q&A, submit Q&A, thumbs up a question someone else asked. Like, it should be really simple so that you get maximum participation, maximum interaction, not just maximum viewership. I would do a webinar then, but if I'm doing a meeting, we need that interaction. So that's the problem that I'm trying to solve to, and that's what Lois was saying too. Like, it used to be simpler back in version, I'll say 5 for sure, because that's, you didn't have the multiple tabs across the top of the screen. You could just expect anybody to show up and at least have an 80% chance of being able to interact in the way that you design this class to be. And I find that number slipping now. So I'm going to experiment with Production Studio and see if that helps me get that number up again.
Yeah, you still have the whole issue of using chat and using Q&A, and maybe they want to do something else with some of the other menus. But I like Lois's point that there ought to be a way to go, if you're not seeing what I want you to see, go up to the menu and move to simple mode.
Yeah.
Have the simple mode basically mimic whatever it is the host tells the computer to do. And then for those of you that want to control your own layout, go to advanced or pro mode. But to me, that really does beg for, gosh, I've never used Zoom before. One of the 0.5% of people in the universe that have never used it. I don't know what I'm doing. I just installed it. What do I do? Just collect the simple mode and we'll take good care of you.
Yeah, or even when you go from version 5 to 6, or you're used to using it on a laptop computer, now you're looking at an iPad. And what simple mode would do for Zoom coders that might be listening to this, if in Zoom webinar, as a host, in the view menu in the top right hand corner, where I can force the view of the attendee. So as a host, I choose gallery view side by side. For my attendees, I choose speaker mode side by side. Anyone that logs in using an attendee URL is going to be forced to look at speaker mode side by side. So this simple mode, easy button, if you want to call it that we're talking about, would mimic that functionality. It basically says simple mode on means the view that the host has forced onto the attendees. Side-by-side speaker or whatever that is.
Something like focus mode, but more basic.
There's situations where we've managed webinars where we've sent out YouTube links for a closed group of viewers, just so that we can get to a group of people that are not very capable in terms of IT or using computers. So they'll just go onto YouTube and they'll watch. Yeah. And the most they can do is write a comment in there if they have one. And we found that as a fallback, not having that option of a simple mode, of giving a simple mode to people who we know we're going to have issues, or giving people the option, if you don't want to use Zoom, you can watch us on
YouTube or wherever you stream out to.
But we closed the group. We closed the group at YouTube because you can limit it to only people who have to access to people who have the link. It's not completely solid like a webinar is, but it's a much better option than having people who having issues and challenges during the and just to go back to what you just said, Jason, I strongly recommend you go and listen to the Logical Song by Supertramp. It'll sort of put everything into perspective for you.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, very cool reference to Supertramp, Robert.
Robert, another workaround that I've done, instead of using YouTube or Facebook or whichever streaming platform you want, and in a case where I'm designing for interaction, but I need the interface to be consistent, and I need the reliability and the accuracy to be high, so that any attendee comes in, the button is always here that I need you to push. If you need to, what I've done there is I've taken Zoom SDK and used that as the audio and video transferring, and then just put a wrapper around there, an HTML wrapper, and had different buttons in there, or I'll use a different, event platform that uses the Zoom SDK. So then they still get the audio and the video of SDK and the buttons that you're used to seeing along the bottom of them, and then everything else is where it's supposed to be. They don't have to deal with tabs. They don't have to change their view settings. They don't have to do any of that other kind of stuff, because I've stripped it down via the SDK and say I want this code, and I want that, and that's it.
I don't know what you're referring to exactly by using the SDK, because what I usually do is stream it out to a closed session on Vimeo and take the embedded code of the player and put that into a web page for people to, and then you can build whatever you want. But I'm assuming that's a similar concept.
Similar, right? And then you build out like for them to submit comments and ask questions and stuff, right? Yeah, we're talking the same thing.
And I also do that to select the language you want to listen to. So we'll effectively just have different audio channels coming through the selections and the video feed coming through. But it has to be a special web page. Yeah.
Robert, I did find out some information for you. I did see your posting in LinkedIn. I think you're actually reposting somebody's post about the audio issues in Zoom. And what I did find out, I don't know if it was this week or last week, but it depends on the players being used. And what I mean by that is the streaming players. And to go a little more techie for just a few seconds. So now we're currently on YouTube. YouTube actually uses an open source library made that is called Strata Player. Okay. Strata Player actually has the full capabilities that Robert with the translations does actually need. Now, other companies, so the only real ones that I've been told that are actually using it are Vimeo, as Robert knows, and YouTube. Right now, a lot of the other services out there are using what they call HLS JavaScript player. And that player itself is behind in technology, especially when it comes to closed captioning and audio translations. So the service provider that you might be using, even though you don't know what they're using in the back end, actually might be causing half the grief for you too, Robert. So now you know. And that was my buddy Eel telling me that from that you saw the webinar about. So yes, I actually had that conversation with him. And that was what he mentioned to me. He says, the problem, a lot of it is because of the amount of content delivery networks that are still using HLS.js, which is a specific player. If you look it up in GitHub, you'll see it. Or you'll see this one also called Strata Player. And that one is the newer one, and it's got a lot of the additional functionality. It's actually a higher end web player, and YouTube's even using it. So that's why the YouTube has a lot of the functionality already built into it, especially for the closed captioning and especially for all the different audio feeds that you can actually send to YouTube, which we in the broadcast world would call SAP, which is secondary audio programming.
Good stuff.
You like that? Cool.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you like that. What
That's
I did
worth the
find
price
out,
of admission.
there you go. Another thing that I did find out this week, as a matter of fact, and Denise let me know this week when I was part of her webinar that she had this week, where we were actually playing around with production studio and stuff from her end, that the professional services team at Zoom has now been laid off. So our production people out there that are part of our Zoom test kitchen, potential of you getting work is now, if you haven't been getting work, they don't have anybody to go to at Zoom anymore. That is official, I believe, this week.
Wow.
Robert,
There's been
you're
a lot of posts on LinkedIn about people saying that they're leaving, this is their last day at work, etc., on the production side.
Yeah.
But what it seems as if they've focused more on being the software company and not the production company, which I honestly found strange initially. I remember our first conversation with them. I said, "Well, doesn't this feel like a conflict of interest? It looks as if you're trying to do what we're doing." At the time, they said no.
I remember that conversation.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
the
their argument was no, we're shooting for big stuff, people that need rapid deployment, blah blah blah. You know, we're not going after the small stuff. Okay.
yeah. Again, for me, I'm reading between the lines, aka so again, running, companies like I am currently now. My thoughts are not that they're giving up on the production stuff, that they're giving up on the production team inside, meaning that they are sitting idle too long and that they're not getting enough
Revenue.
revenue coming in to their department
Right.
such that if they're not useful elsewhere, which I sort of saw the writing on the wall a bit when our friend that used to come visit us all the time on the Zoom Test Kitchen, and I can't remember his name right now. Robert, you might have to help me on that. That used to run the events team, moved on into a different department at Zoom. I was starting to get the impression already that, okay, not that the writing was on the wall, but it was that there was no reason for him to move in my impression at the time, because they were doing a lot of supposed events for clients. Now, if the clients are not coming to them for productions, again, this is my opinion. I don't have any back end knowledge of this. So that would be an easy way of Eric, CEO, going, they're not being used enough. Can they be used elsewhere? If not, or don't want to
Oh,
be
sure.
used
Yeah.
elsewhere.
I mean, if you're running a business and you've got the finance guys looking over things, right? It's all about inputs and outputs. And so, you've got folks that have a cost associated, and what's the revenue they're generating, and then what's our core business and what do we want to focus on, and who do we want our salespeople to go out there and sell? Is it the platform? Is it the production? Blah blah. So yeah, that makes total sense. And the amount of proficiency of Zoom in the last 5 years. I'm in Orlando, Florida, and so we're number 1 or 2 in conventions in the United States. It's us in Las Vegas. Flip a coin, you know. And so the amount of production companies that are in the Orlando area are tremendous just in town. Then you get those out of town that are coming in. So you have all of that. And, they've got the cameras, they've got the video walls, they've got the audio systems. And so how easy for them is it to pull out a laptop, fire up a Zoom meeting, and then just take a feed off of the video and audio consoles and pop it into the laptop. More times than not, the client is happy with that. They just want to broadcast out. Okay, great. The sweet spot that we serve is when the client says, no, we actually want an interactive hybrid meeting. We don't just want to broadcast out to people that are in remote locations. We actually want to bring people from remote locations and have them participate and be active in this meeting. And we want the people in the room to feel like they're next to the people that are in the virtual room and vice versa. Okay, so that's the sweet spot that we serve. And of course, we complement the AV company that's on site doing the staging and the lighting and the audio and the video and stuff, and we'll take a feed off their console. But then what we do with it is totally different. So I get where that was the spot that Zoom was serving before in their production side, but now just about every production company in the country says, well, I've already got it. I can just open up a Zoom meeting and pump it in that way. So it makes sense.
Where the education level now is there. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, and Jason, if you get onto LinkedIn, I posted an article by a guy called Joey Gooney. He wrote an article about AX hacks for unforgettable events. Now, AX reflects to attendees
Experience. Okay.
Yeah. And he wrote it because he's the CEO of a company of a big production company, but of live events. Now, it was really interesting what he wrote because he gave a lot of suggestions, a lot of best practices. And I took that and I put it into our world of online and hybrid.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that article that he wrote is really, really good. And I've saved it actually as like a template, a place to go to when I need to come up and make sure that I'm really leveraging everything you can do on an event. I'll
And
send you
this
the
is
link.
in LinkedIn where you posted it?
Yes, in LinkedIn.
Okay. I'll definitely check it out. Thank you.
It's really, really good. I've read it over 10 times already. I just go through it. It's one of those articles where you don't find nuggets, just every sentence gives you something to think about. And you go to the next and you think about it and you say, oh, and you go back to the previous one. It's just one of those really, really deep, in-depth, valuable, usable like pieces of information.
I love it. Thanks. I'll definitely check that out.
All
And I
right.
don't know the guy. I've never met him before. It was just today when I read the article and he came up in my feed that I
Yeah, again, a lot of, then again, this is going to our Zoom Test Kitchen, community to, if you actually started your business during COVID and you were doing a lot of more online only, and now you're being asked to do more hybrid, if not in person, then you're going sort of backwards to what the production companies had to learn when COVID happened, which is that they totally lost the in person. They had to contemplate at least trying to do hybrid because they don't know how to do anything strictly online. And now a lot of them now have gotten to going to the online situation now. So again, could they do online easily? Now that they figured out, oh yes, it's, online becomes not much different than really doing it live in a large room. You just don't need a lot of the extra equipment, right? You still need a lot of the good equipment, but you don't need a lot of the extra equipment.
The difference, the nuance is in the design of the engagement. I was going to use the word meeting, but I don't want to cloud it with Zoom meeting. In the
Right.
design of the engagement, and this gets back to the point that Josh made earlier, right? If the design of the engagement is just to simply broadcast out a meeting that we're having in Las Vegas to the rest of the world, well, there's many ways to do that. You could still do it on Skype if you wanted to, for crying out loud, or push it out to Facebook, or LinkedIn has a channel. You can stream out there, right? So there are many ways to do that, and the on-site production company is more than capable of doing that. And so if Zoom needs to serve that community, then obviously the software and the code and everything needs to go that direction. But if you're trying to get a truly interactive meeting where participation is key, despite where people might be located or co-located, then now that experienced designer is different. It's not just a production company saying, we need this speed of internet and we need these cameras and this number of microphones. Now you're designing that interaction. So if you have someone from the remotest part of Africa that's on a cell phone, right, and we can interact with that person, so the people that are in the room in Las Vegas now are magically transported to this part of remote Africa to see and hear and do whatever it is wow, that's awesome. That's not what your AV companies specialize in. That's not their swim lane. That's not their thing. And that's not where an event planner is totally skilled up on either, because they don't have enough knowledge of the technology, from a learning design perspective. So like Frank and others that are in the academic world that understand what that engagement needs to look like, and the event planning, right? So it's the Venn diagram of those circles that are coming together.
Yeah, all good points, Jason. And you're right. That definitely is true. I know that up here in Canada, I know that a lot of the AV guys really got blindsided by COVID. And so the shift to figuring it out, and they're not afraid of buying gear. Lord knows that was never a problem of theirs. But the problem of, okay, how do I, now the brain knows how to do it this way. Now, how do I do it that way? Right. And how do I make it pretty that way? And that's where you're talking about too, with the engagement, the look and feel of what the actual, the meeting, again, heaven forbid we use that word meeting. I want to say event, but I can't even use that one anymore because it's the wrong word too on Zoom terminology. But
Engagement.
engagement, yes. When everybody's engaging together in all one facility, they have that capability of being able to do that. But you gave me a good segue there, and I'm actually going to bring this up. And this is related to two more things I found out this week that I think that the Zoom Test Kitchen community should actually know about, especially if you use platforms called Facebook and Twitch. So I'm going to go over to my PC now. So as of last week, everybody in the Zoom Test Kitchen community should now know that. Now just make sure I'm spotlighting myself here. There we go. That as of the beginning of February 2025, live broadcasts will be kept on your Facebook page or profile page for 30 days after they have been published, during which you can share replays, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. After 30 days, you'll no longer be able to access your broadcast, and it will be automatically removed from your page or profile and deleted from Meta's servers. So there you go. You heard it here first. So as of February, so if you've already done events as of February, you now are under this 30-day that it will be released. If it was done prior to February 1st, then you now have a bit of a leeway, and there's additional information on this that I will now read. But if Robert, Jason, Frank, if anybody wanted to make any comments before I continue about this.
Mike, just to understand this is a Facebook decision. This has nothing to do with Zoom. Zoom's just informing that Facebook has made this decision, correct?
Correct. If this is not a Zoom decision, but this is if you are using Facebook RTMP from Zoom, you now have to be aware that thinking that archive is going to be there for free for longer than 30 days is now disappeared.
Okay, but that applies to all streamed videos, even if I don't do it from Zoom. Anything
Correct.
that I stream.
Yes, that what I read to you is actually directly press release from Facebook.
Yeah, from Meta. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're using Facebook as your content storage system, then you now have a problem.
Right. So this would affect, again, the huge market of the house of worship. If you've been archiving your house of worship for the last year or two there, you're only going to have 30 days now of that house of worship for people to actually watch it now. So I'll go back to reading more.
Then
about
again, when we talk to clients about putting their videos that we've streamed somewhere, we usually talk YouTube because YouTube's searchable. Facebook is so unsearchable that it's unbelievable. It just throws you down this path, this one-way street, and you have to follow it.
Robert, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And the only reason that I'm bringing this up, and again, I never suggest to anyone to use Facebook, but I know that since the functionality is built into the capability of being in Zoom, I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the Zoom Test Kitchen know about it. So
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, here, so you'll be notified via email and on Facebook when this change takes effect on your account. Once you've been notified, so this is again for videos prior to February 1st, from my understanding, you'll have 90 days to download your live videos or transfer them to cloud storage. If you need more time, you can postpone the deletion for 6 months. Note, you'll only be able to postpone the deletion of your live videos once. After 6 months, your past live videos will be deleted. And again, note, live videos from memorialized accounts are not subject to this policy. So what is the definition of memorialized?
I'll tell you what that is, because that was the magical words I was listening for, Mike. So let me give you a use case. You have a church that stores videos of their services on Facebook, and then everyone that belongs to the church is part of the church group in Facebook, and they go back and they look at these videos. Okay. Someone famous of the church dies, and so then there's a memorial service for the person that dies. Okay, now this affects two accounts. One, the church account where this video is stored, and two, the person that died that has a Facebook account that's part of this group, and maybe the wife takes over that Facebook account so that people can post their condolences, their thoughts, their best wishes, their prayers for the rest of the family, right? This is typical. And so now this memorialized account that says Bob Jones, that is actually being run by his wife, Sally Jones, is a memorialized account. And if she has posted the video of the memorial service in that memorialized account of Bob Jones, that's what this language speaks to.
Yeah. Good one, Jason. Good one. So yeah,
It
so
happens a lot.
Thanks
Yeah.
for that explanation. I would have never figured that one out.
yeah, very cool, Jason. Good explanation. Yeah. So once the account has been memorialized, the content that that person shared will remain on Facebook and will be visible to the audience with whom it was shared. So it won't be searchable, but with who it's been shared, which is also different. There are multiple ways to save previously recorded live videos, which is create a single file with all of your live videos that you can download to your device or transfer to cloud storage. Download one or more live videos from your page or profile's activity log. To download your live videos, select your live videos, then choose a date range to see videos available to download, or download an individual live video from your profile page or Meta Business Suite. So again, this does affect the business accounts as well if you do have a Meta Business account. You must have Facebook access with full control or be the original broadcaster to download the live video files. And there's a link on there for more. So that is the official word from our friends at Facebook. And I want to thank vMix for letting me know about this week when I was watching the Fun Time show this week. They mentioned Facebook. And here's number 2 that has decided to follow suit. And again, Robert, yes, your comment about searchable on Facebook is terrible. Here, I can bet you that you probably know about this service too, and it's even worse to search for a video on this platform. They're called Twitch. All right, so
Twitch serves you in real time. There's nothing historical about Twitch.
right, but they do offer VOD. So the official answer now is that, so they're not basing it on days. They're basing it on 100-hour storage limit. So if you're broadcasting, so that's what they're going to do. So starting April 19th, so that would be a little over a week ago, all highlights and uploads, whether published or unpublished, will count towards a single 100-hour storage limit. The storage limit applies to all highlights and uploads on your channel, regardless of when they're created. This limit does not apply to the storage of past broadcast, VODs, or clips. Only highlights and or uploads will need to be deleted to meet this quota. Clips and past broadcast VODs will not be deleted as a result of this update. And they also say less than 0.5% of active streamers on Twitch are over the 100-hour storage limit right now. Channels who currently are over the limit will be notified directly in their notification inbox and on the video producer page by the end of February 19th, 2025. So if you've been affected already, chances are you should be checking your email from Twitch and you will be notified. Channels still over the storage limit after April 19th will risk having their highlights and uploads automatically deleted. Again, very similar to Facebook, automatic deleted. Starting with highlights with the latest views until they are under the limit. You can download or export highlights and uploads you want to save before deleting them. We only delete content once starting April 19th until we bring all channels under the 100-hour limit for highlights and uploads. Once all channels have been brought under the 100-hour limit, no users will be able to extend 100 hours of highlights and uploads moving forward. Channels who are already under the limit will be prevented from exceeding the limit between now and April 19th to minimize the risk of going over that limit. And to support this change, we're rolling out a new video storage tracker. Oh my, on the video producer page. Okay, so this would be basically letting you know how many hours I guess you probably have in your creator dashboard. There we go. To help you track your storage limit at a glance. We're also adding the ability to sort your highlights and uploads by date created, length, and view count to help you decide which videos are important to keep on Twitch. These should be available to all channels on Twitch by February 20th. So that would be 8 days ago. So that is live and up to date when it comes to, again, from Twitch. And oh, Frank's on the move. Cool. And so that is, so again, if you're doing RTMP, this would not be more, it's more or less specific to Zoom, but this would be more if you were actually using a custom RTMP from Zoom directly and going out that way to your Twitch account. So that would definitely affect you in that way. Guys, I know you probably don't have official clients using Twitch or Facebook, but I just wanted to make sure that I got that out there. Go ahead, Jason.
You'll be surprised.
All that I'll say about that is if you're looking for a place to store your videos, which is why you're using Facebook or Twitch or some of these, Ray over at goodclicks.com, a contributor, a chef here in the kitchen, has got an excellent pricing guide on storage space. So if you're looking for cloud space to put all your videos, and Facebook and Twitch are no longer part of your options, go over to GoodClicks and take a look at Ray's spreadsheet.
It is an excellent spreadsheet. I've used it several times already. But I think the message here is, Mike, actually, I don't have stuff stored on either of those platforms, but my clients do. So,
Right.
So this is information for me to get in touch with them and warn them, let them know that this is what's going to happen. They need to pull down all of their videos because they're not mine; they're their videos.
Right. Again, it's one of those customer service type scenarios that gets you locked into that next gig. That's why I'm releasing this content out for you guys to understand that, as a production company that does Zoom, this is how you get that next gig by all of a sudden showing your knowledge that, oh, by the way, you don't happen to use Twitch, do you? Right? And that's where you open that up. Yeah, you don't happen to use Facebook. Have you used Facebook in the past? Oh, by the way, and again, this is showing off your knowledge, which again makes that client going, yeah, that guy really knows what he's talking about. I'm making sure I hire him for my next, in Robert's case, Zoom translation type event, or in Jason's case, that next event that's based out of Florida, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I know it doesn't sound important to a lot of us in the Zoom Test Kitchen community, but on a customer side, you are that conduit. And the more you fluff off of this information that you don't want to understand it and learn it, the more the client will fluff you off and not hire you too. So that is, it doesn't sound like much. It doesn't seem like much, but it, again, depending on the market that you're targeting, will depend on which content delivery network that you use. In our case, of course, we're using YouTube, so we're fine. But if we were also sending this to Facebook and also sending this to Twitch, then David and I would have to have conversations and going, okay, who's going to be managing what? And are we keeping so much on Facebook and so much on Twitch? Which easily, to a point, we probably should be doing more on Facebook and Twitch and possibly even LinkedIn. LinkedIn currently, from my understanding, not doing anything at this point. But that doesn't mean they won't. Because now Facebook started and then all of a sudden Twitch came up with this. So you can see that it could be a bit of a domino effect.
Well, and I really wonder what problem Twitch is solving, because in that press release that you read, they said it was, 0.05% of the population. Yeah. That's not a problem that needs to be solved. If it's that low of a percent, that is not a business problem that needs to be solved, right? 0.05, that's a gnat buzzing around your head. That's not a problem. So,
right.
So
Right,
something
Jason-
didn't jive on that. But yeah, if you're using Twitch as your video on demand service or something, and they're running out of storage space. Okay, now we're talking. So
Right. But Jason, also keep in mind too, we're not talking about gig here. And we're not necessarily talking about terabytes.
terabytes, no, we're
We're,
talking
we're
beyond
talking
that.
petabytes, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, what is that of a petabyte?
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
still a lot, right?
Yeah, but Mike,
That's
to
not
your
one
to
hard
your
drive we're
point,
talking-
right? As a good consultant, you come in and say, "Yes, I'll record this Zoom meeting for you. Sure, no problem. Let me just ask, where do you want this recording to live after we're done with it?"
That's right. That's right. And then that's all of a sudden, oh, well, we usually use Facebook because they keep everything. And this is where we go, oh, they used to.
Right.
And this is where you say, well, 2 weeks ago, they decided that, and this is where you now show your knowledge to your client and Magic and Television. They go, oh, Jason, you can do that for me? How much is that going to cost?
Yeah. Hey, just for giggles,
Yes, Jason.
with the Zoom Test Kitchen, how long does stuff live on YouTube? And that's question one. And then question two is, do we really need a recording of a Zoom Test Kitchen from 4 years ago talking about version 5 point something?
Look at the good question that Jason is just bringing up. So everything is there. Back to the Jeff days, to the very beginning of Jeff days.
I miss Jeff.
Yes, we miss Jeff. Jeff, I know you watch us every once in a while in the archive. Hi. So we do keep tabs on you. And we wish you doing well at your job. And if you do have a Friday off, heaven forbid, come scare us and scare David. That actually would be funnier.
Yeah, log off of Teams and fire Zoom back up and come back over.
That's it. And we know, Jeff. We know. That's all we got to say is we know. We feel your pain and we know. So we don't have to say anything more than that. And actually, Ron's got a quick question. I'll go back to that in a sec. But yes, so to answer Jason's question, the answer is everything's there. And then the question becomes, should David and I actually take down anything that's 5.0? Good question. And we could actually be archiving it or playlisting it, meaning that if you really want to see all of our old archive playlists of, where we're breaking down 5.0, like Zoom 5.0, and just break it down into an actual YouTube playlist, yes, that could be possible, where they would be living in a playlist as compared to just being as live archives and organizing YouTube a little more. I'm not disappointed with that question, but the official answer is we have not been keeping that tidy.
So if you do make a playlist, please make a separate one for OSC Bitcoin, Bitfocus
Oh.
Companion. That's
Okay.
a
All right.
real good topic. I need
So
to leave.
based on our channels, Robert, is what you're telling me. So
Yeah.
make a playlist based as we do it on our Discord channel.
Yeah. I
Yep.
need to leave. It's 1:45, so past midnight here.
Oh my
So-
goodness. Wow.
I am going to go, but I want to leave you with a thought, just the last sentence in this article that I quoted to you, Jason. And Joey says, make AX a priority and your attendees won't just come back to your events. Sorry, they won't just come to your events, they'll come back to your
Back
events.
to your events.
That's that sort of mentality, and it's really, really clever.
Very cool.
Okay,
Robert.
guys, thank you very much. Thanks for spending this time together, and see you next week.
All
Yeah,
right.
take care, Robert.
Bye-bye, Chef Robert.
As Robert gets off, and if you keep listening to us on YouTube,
Not
I
at
promise
1
I'll
a.m.,
have
I
a,
hope.
I promise I'll because Robert asked me last time to have a musical send off, so I'll have a musical send off last time too. So on that note, Jason, anything? Oh, Ron did actually ask, and I'll ask this quickly. We do actually have viewers on YouTube actually watching us still, and Ron's asking, how many Twitch users are there? A small percentage can add up. I'm thinking. I think he's at Ron. Are you asking specifically related to out of the Zoom Test Kitchen community, or are you talking in general? Because in general, they've got
Oh, a lot. They got a lot of
Lots.
users.
Yeah.
Every person that plays online video games is running a stream of themselves playing video games and chatting to their buddies about them playing video games.
Yeah. 100%.
I don't get it myself, but it's a big deal. But
Yeah.
to how long do I need to go back 3 years ago and see somebody playing a video game that the video game's been retired and no longer exists? I don't know. But yeah, if
Yeah.
you're posting your Zoom meetings up there.
Ron was saying regarding the space issue. Well, again, I don't know the official number count of Twitch, but I would say millions. I think I'm fair in saying that, Jason.
Yeah, I would think so, easily.
Yeah, of
and
users.
It's worldwide, and it's worldwide.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, I mean, if it's 0.05 of people that are posting 12 hours of streaming Call of Duty, okay, I get it.
Yeah, and
that's a problem.
And what Ron is saying are those files are large, not necessarily the ones specifically they're talking about, but they could be. Right? I don't know enough about Twitch to tell you if there's a limitation on the either minutes or hours, or sorry, minutes or file size of the video that you can actually upload in those two categories, because they're not talking about actually archives of you playing live. That's not what they're touching right now. They're touching more the videos that you've uploaded to supplement your live content that you actually have on their channel as well. So this could be, equivalent to like a YouTube influencer uploading a video to the YouTube platform that was made, in-house, not a live stream, right? So right now, again, Twitch has always been prioritizing live stream and live content because that's what they are. So they did add the functionality of doing VODs to compete against the YouTube of the world, and the initial Vimeo version of Vimeo before Vimeo ended up buying live stream, and now Vimeo Live is born. So so that was that part of it. So that's the part they're more targeting is, they still want the live VODs to exist, and they seem to be at this point not including those in the 100-hour, but now that there is that 100-hour, there's nothing stopping them from changing the T's and C's like they did now to that content, to also being, how much really do I really need to have this video, as Jason was saying, even in our situation with YouTube where we're at 5.0 and we know that Zoom is never going back to 5.0. So in Twitch's world, it would be the equivalent of a game that doesn't exist anymore. Is it really smart for us to allow people still to, I know gaming is not really in that same situation because games don't necessarily expire or disappear.
Yeah,
but let's say that it's an old retro game that doesn't exist ever again. Do I really want to have customers allowed to be able to keep that VOD on our petabytes of hard drive space? So you never know. Let's put it this way. They've opened the door. So it's a matter of how wide they want to open that door now. Right now, they've just opened it up a little crack, but it could get to the point where they might do the same thing like Facebook and go, no, you can only archive all your live, if you're streaming live every day, that's 30 days worth of multiple hour content that they have to store. And if Facebook is complaining about storage, chances of you doing that on Facebook is less than you doing it on Twitch, and they're storing all of it. I've seen some of these videos could easily go 4 to 8 hours, if not longer. Sometimes there's guys that'll do a 24-hour marathon, right, of playing one game, or they'll start that game at the very beginning and they won't stop until they finish it, until they get to that final level where they conquered, whatever it is in the game. So that could be mega hours of data that is, not small. We all know what it takes to actually broadcast from a live location. So, that's a lot of data. So that's petabytes. And that's our answer to Ron about the definitely large files. But Jason, yes, I feel your pain about 24H2. I hope you like Chris Titus's script. It doesn't live on your machine. What I've actually done, and I've told my IT department is, again, they report to me, is basically I just have them make a shortcut. It's a PowerShell shortcut on their desk. And again, that's the only thing that I really run. And I just double click on it. And then it actually will pull the latest version right off of GitHub that's been committed of theirs. And it pulls in that actual PowerShell script. And then it makes the pretty interface.
And you manually launch that, or do you put it on startup in the boot?
Manually launch it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, so the reg information I was talking about the Copilot stuff,
Yeah.
that is writing to the actual reg. So
Yeah.
you would have to run it, commit it. It'll get sent to the registry, reboot. Then in theory, Copilot
It's
should not be
locked in.
working.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as you have, again, I would have that person, if they're not elevated enough, to make sure that when they do hit that shortcut to go to get his file, that they're administrator,
Right.
right? So if they're only power user, again, it's going to initiate PowerShell. So PowerShell's probably going to prompt it, maybe or maybe not. But if it doesn't, then I would do a right mouse click on the shortcut and make sure to run it as administrator.
Run administrator. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that'll make sure that it actually does have full access to the registry to
Mhm.
write it. Okay.
Yeah. Good stuff. I appreciate that, because this problem is it's a problem.
It
know?
is a problem. Yeah. Actually, let me just show you here quickly what I actually, yeah. So here it is. Yeah. Let me just make sure I've got the right one here. Now I'll pull it up here momentarily on video.
Okay.
I'm logged into my other machine with it. So I'm just pulling in the script so that you know what it actually looks like.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Jason, here we go. All right. So everybody on YouTube, and I'll make myself spotlight so Jason can talk to me and it won't change. All right. So basically what it does is it opens up. So there you go. So
Yep. I see it.
so there's your PowerShell so this window here, you kill this dies.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the actual, so actually the commands in here.
The command file runs there. Yep.
Yeah. So what you'll see in here, so if you go into tweaks and you scroll down in here, you'll actually see, where is it? Yeah,
On the right, about 3/4 of the way down.
right here.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Yeah. There you go. And this is the information about it.
Look at that. Okay.
So if you wanted to run it yourself, Jason, that is the actual.
That's the way to do it. Yep.
Yeah.
And then from there, I can force it out to other machines that have been infected with this enhancement.
Correct. Yes.
And then I need to do some more research on how to prevent it on the other machines. I know I can go in as an administrator and make those decisions. I just have to find the little switches and stuff that do it consistently across all the different machines. So
Yeah. So what I'll do, Jason, is so you just know a little bit of the interface here and everybody can see it on YouTube. I know it's a little small on YouTube. I'm sorry, but I can't blow up the image any longer. So if I'm actually going to hit this button up here called Get Installed, and what that does is it actually, as you'll see on the left, it's actually running WinGet. So we're going to do it live now. So it's actually getting all the information. So basically equivalent, Jason, to add and remove programs.
yeah.
Okay. So I pulled in the list and then it actually populates it here. So now you can see I've got Chrome, Edge, and Firefox installed. As an example, this machine I happen to, so you see where all the checkboxes are?
Right.
These are all software that it recognized or installed.
Currently installed. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you wanted any of these pieces of software,
You turn them on, you turn them off.
yeah. So you can actually, yeah. So again, if I go clear selection, I could actually go in and choose, any of the different ones, and they've already got a WinGet script that'll actually automatically load and install that piece of software, including our friends. And I'll get down to it. Where is it? There he is. They're there. There it is. Yes, Zoom. Yeah, and I'll just restart Edge because Edge decided to update. So I'll do that quickly here and close. There we go. So yes, so even in here, you can actually, there you go.
Yeah.
So
I'll
this,
definitely check that out. I hope that's a problem solver.
yeah. So
You know,
that,
and this Copilot stuff, it's embedding its tentacles everywhere, right? At first, it started off in Bing as part of the Bing search engine. Then it expanded to Microsoft Edge. Then it expanded to Windows OS in
Yep.
beta, in various versions of beta.
Yep.
Okay, now it's out of beta for the OS. And now it's essentially still in beta. What are
Yeah.
they calling it? Like pre-production release.
Yeah.
For the Office suite. So Word, PowerPoint, Excel.
it's in there.
And it's not like full blown ready for prime time yet. It's somewhere
Right.
between beta and production. I think they call it pre-production. Maybe is the point that is it. So
Yeah.
it's just everywhere and growing. And, so, when I turn it off in one place, hopefully I don't have to go through and like turn it off in other places. Like hopefully there's like one master switch because there used to be in Windows 10 days, you could turn off Cortana, right? Because Cortana
Right.
would leak like crazy. It was convenient for the time, but it leaked. It had huge data problems. And so, but there was a master switch that you could go into and say all of Windows except Cortana.
Right.
And
Yes.
hopefully it's that
Yeah.
easy with Copilot.
Right now, as Jason explains it, and yes, we're not getting as technical into it, but yes. So that was basically what we would call a registry hack, or at the enterprise level, you could actually do that in your Active Directory server, right? So that all the server or all the desktops within your corporate network, you could actually, have a blanket, registry that everybody must, have in their machines, right? So yes, so what I showed everyone just now is that yes, it looks like a little tick box, but basically what Chris Titus is he is an he's a Microsoft certified Windows administrator for many, many years. So he knows all the Active Directory stuff, scripts and hacks and registry stuff. And he has no problem digging through the registries along with all his other people in his open source community that have dug through the registry to go, okay, and it actually functionally works, right? Or he would not release it, or I wouldn't have recommended this version of it to it, right? So again, yes, I'm showing on a Windows 10 machine. You saw that I have the capability of that. Would it actually write it to the registry? Yes. Is it eventually going to come to Windows 10? We already know the answer is probably not. If not, no.
Well, I mean, it's available, right? I mean, they want to retire Windows 10, but we know it's going to stick around for a while. So then they're going to go ahead and push functionality down to it that they can.
Right. But again, they will probably not go as far as Copilot, like the true OS Copilot, which is what you're fighting right now, Jason, is that within 24H2, the Copilot is at the OS level, not at the app level, right? And this is what this registry entry will do is it says, oh, I'm disabling Copilot at the operating system, Windows operating system level, not at the apps and everything else. It'll still work. Like this will not affect Zoom AI Companion. This will not affect any of the other, Copilot related products, but this is going to disable the Copilot operating system functionality. So if an app does need that functionality,
it won't be available.
The app will either be upset or meaning it'll crash.
Or not launch, give you an error message.
Right. Or a variation of the two. again, that depends on the programmer that actually is making that call going, Copilot OS, are you there?
Right.
And it
what
never
happens?
answers.
What happens? They type in the script if error.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
what do they put in after if error? Okay. What are you going to do? So, all right. Well, Chef Mike, thank you as always. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir, Jason. That's actually a good way to segue to a good old-fashioned outro music, and I will share that up. And we're going to do a different flavor this week. I'm going to choose this one. Enjoy.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen, where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks. We'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with ease. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in a fun, engaging way.
Excellent. All right. On that note, thank everyone for joining us this week. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know how much you like our YouTube content, or yeah, that's right, how much you like our YouTube content. And we'll see everyone next week. Don't forget, every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific, for another edition of the Zoom Test Kitchen. Take care, YouTube.